Yes, give me 1 second. The live stream has to start. Okay.
Lose them again?
No, I'm trying to get this live stream off where it's going to start echoing every time you speak.
Ready? Start to cool down in here. Find it was it's like 81 degrees in here. Oh my God. Jeez. Jeez Louise. It was pumping heat into the room.
Yeah, Lou, the controls are by the rear door to the regatta, behind that first desk. That's
We solved that mystery. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees work session for April 25th, 2022. And may I please have a motion to open the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda.
I move that we take, because I see that Chair Gelber is here, that we take flood mitigation out of order. I think that's,
Yeah, I always do that as a habit. I always do that.
and then also the video conferencing to D, because that's going to be timely, that we take those out of order. And that I know there was some emails back and forth. The flood mitigation committee sent us a motion to discuss, and I think we should discuss that too while we have Tony online.
All right, let's.
We also should have, I'm sorry, I think we also should move the dam up and the open meetings law, because we have a timeline on that. 60 days from the 8th to make a decision and move forward one way or another. So with those changes, I so move.
Second.
Roll.
Oh,
Trustee Young? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Trustee Young?
Yes.
Trustee Natchez,
Yes.
Trustee Lucas,
yes,
Trustee Tefor,
he's not here yet.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Oh, okay, I'll say aye this time. Okay, let's go to 1K. Mr. Gelbus here. Hey, Tony, how are you?
Hey, good evening, Mayor, Board of Trustees. I see Don Sarnoff there, and who else? Mark. So hi, everybody. Hi, Sally. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so I had 3 points tonight. One was I wanted to say thank you. Our residents and community wanted the rivers cleaned up. Looks like that's moving ahead, so thank you very much. Second was Florence Park, Bea B, Hank and B Sarasoli had an email to the FMAC, and they were upset and concerned about their sanitary and their stormwater. So I met with them at one point and walked around, and seems like they had had a study done in the 80s, and it seems like they still have a lot of at least stormwater problems. So again, first of all, I met with Hank again, and he thanked the village because I guess our village manager sent out a couple of staff members to start opening up manholes or person holes. I'm not sure what they're called nowadays. And it looks like they need some clean out. So we discussed this at FMAC, and we support that we either include this in the study of the west part of the village, where we're going to look at the surface waters. So maybe use that engineer or another engineer planner to look into what's going on in the Florence Park area. The other thing the FMAC would like is if we can find the list. I guess there was a list of person holes of storm and sanitary in the village, to see if these person holes in this area are on that list. Because as I walked around, at least some of them looked like they hadn't been cleaned in a while. Now maybe we just need to increase the frequency. So the request from FMAC is that we study this area to see what we can do to reduce sanitary problems and stormwater. And just as an instance, pretty much in front of Hank and B's house, there's a like a little depression in the street. And, they showed me the fire hydrant where, they get probably 18 inches of water there fairly regularly. So that's our request. So that was my second point. Does anybody want to ask me anything about that, or I should keep going?
Keep going.
Okay.
You're on a roll.
I'm on a roll. All right. So then my third point was that the moratorium. We had been asked to review it, which we did, and I guess we're still reviewing it. So we didn't really come to any consensus on whether we should have a moratorium, we shouldn't have it. I think that the one thing that we believe is that if there is a moratorium, it needs to have a purpose, and we thought maybe the purpose could be to figure out what regulations should and shouldn't be changed, and maybe have a time frame for that review. So that's to the extent that which we came to a conclusion on the moratorium. So those are the 3 points I wanted to make. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Dan, can you give us an update maybe on the Florence Park approach? I know you've met with them and you've had people out there.
Well, I wasn't able to attend the meeting that Jerry had with Mr. Sarasole. I was indisposed. But as far as the sanitary sewers, the part of the history of that is back around, I think it was 2005, 2006, Westchester County paid for a study along the Frank Wagner, Florence Park area and areas in Orienta where we had illicit connections, I&I. The village remediated the work that was identified in that report back around, I think, 2009, 2010, 2011.
That was an I&I report.
Yeah, it was an I&I report. The reason I know is because the county released the village from the requirements, because I think had the village not performed the work, they would have gone after us to pay for the study that was prepared by an engineering firm, Savin and Associates. So that work was taken care of. And obviously, we're still looking at that area of the village as part of the second phase of the I&I study that we've had Arcadis doing for us. So they will identify additional sewer remedial actions that we need to take care of in that area. And that's part of the second phase of the work. So on the sewer side, I think we are, on the sanitary sewer side, I think we have satisfied a lot of the items that were presented to the village by Mr. Sarasole from that study from the 80s. And again, there were studies in the 90s and the 2000s.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Yep.
Okay, you guys wanted to talk about the memo that FEMAC sent?
Yeah, so, I mean, I actually watched the meeting, and I know you're having another meeting tomorrow night.
Correct.
Your regular meeting. I guess you had an extra meeting last week.
We had an interim meeting.
And you're going to talk about the moratorium again, I think, tomorrow night.
We're going to try to talk, we have a very long agenda list, but yes, we're going to try to talk about the regulations and how we process the review of properties, of applications in the floodplain, and further discussion on the moratorium and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Just so you know, that my proposal on the moratorium is not about the regulations. It's a specific proposal. I would appreciate it if they would keep it to the specific proposal.
All right, so Mayor, I guess do we? Okay, I will. Is your specific proposal written? And I'm not
Yes.
busting your chops. I'm just asking.
Yeah, how'd you have a discussion about it without reading it? It's on our agenda tonight. It's on for the regular meeting. It's a proposal to limit development in the C1 and C2 districts of all properties in the flood zone. I find, Dan Natchez, how could you sit there and have them have a discussion, not tell them what the issue was?
Well,
They knew
Tom-
what the issue was.
Tom,
They had lots of questions and they undertook a lot of discussion about different aspects of it.
Yeah, Tom, I tried to back it up a little bit to say, okay, what were the health and safety kind of ideas to start there on?
Right, but the proposal is for a specific recommendation.
All right, we will look at, we will,
If you want to, let me finish, please. If you want to talk about regulations, that's all fine, but that wasn't what was before you. And I'll send you a copy of what's proposed, and that was the question.
all right, so we will narrow the focus tomorrow night.
Just so you know, Tom, your proposal came out of the flood committee's proposal that there should be a moratorium in the flood for building in the floodplain.
No, Dan, it didn't.
Just let me, I'm talking, thank you.
I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. Go check the tapes, Tom, and take a look at it. Tom, out of courtesy.
Dan,
Don't interrupt.
Just don't interrupt. When a person is saying where my recommendation comes from, I'm allowed to tell you where it came from, sir. And it didn't.
You have plenty of opportunities, but you interrupt people. It is not the appropriate approach.
Okay, keep going, Dan.
Thank you. So months ago, the flood committee made a recommendation for a moratorium in the floodplain. Subsequent to that, you made a proposal to study infield housing in the C1 and C2.
In the floodplain.
So they went through that. They also went through a lot of other aspects to it, and did not reach a conclusion for a recommendation on your specific proposal. There was controversy and different concerns by different people.
Okay. I'm just talking with the chair of the committee, and he wasn't aware of what my proposal was, which makes me feel like they didn't know what my proposal was. That's not an assumption that I pulled out of nowhere.
And Tom, honestly, that might have been my mistake. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll send you it to him.
I think that the Flood Mitigation Committee and many residents have one idea of what the moratorium should be. And you had proposed like a more discrete moratorium. And I think that might be where the confusion lies.
It might be, but we have to deal with what was proposed by a board member in front of the board.
Right. I'm just saying, I watched the meeting and I think that might have been part of the.
Yeah, go ahead, Lou.
Do you have the bandwidth to attend the meeting tomorrow?
I'm not sure yet. I have stuff going on.
I think that might go a long way to prevent this from drifting again.
In any event, the Flood Mitigation Committee sent us a resolution about how they're proposing that we handle the Army Corps plan. And I'm just going to read it. It says the Village of Mamaroneck Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee hereby requests that the Board of Trustees appoint Trustee Natchez and Chairman Gelber as liaisons for the village, the board, and the committee with the Army Corps of Engineers. And I think that conversation really echoed what happened in 2017 and prior when I was on the flood committee, and Tony and Andrew Spatz and Peggy Jackson and Dan Sarnoff were instrumental in getting the Army Corps plan kind of through the local boards and through the process in Washington. And I think that there's a lot of validity to their recommendation. There are a lot of people who are were on the flood mitigation committee in, 14, 15, 16, and 17, who are on it again, as people have cycled back on. So I thought that was a very, good recommendation. And I think, in part because Tony's really familiar with the plan and the workings and is a project manager by trade. And Dan is, somebody who actually works with the Army Corps on a regular basis. So, and it's clear that the Army Corps staff know him and respect him. So it seems like that would be, a good recommendation. And I thank them for thinking about that.
Okay,
I think we should adopt that.
I appreciate their input, but this is about the inner workings of the village government and the Board of Trustees. The people who, we have a plan. This isn't getting a plan through the boards and commissions. There was a plan that was approved, and the Army Corps of Engineers is going to implement that plan. The liaisons for this plan are going to be the Chief Executive Officer of this village, Jerry Barbario. We have never had a liaison to an outside governmental entity. It has always been the Chief Executive Officer of the village. That is the government that we have set up under. And we're not going to, start appointing trustees to be in charge of a huge plan. A part-time trustee and a volunteer board member who I appreciate everything he does, but this is not their role. This is not the role of elected officials in any community. And it would be foolhardy. And I'm sorry to say that, it seems like it's coming out now because of electoral politics. And that is sad. This plan should never be kicked around for political benefit. It really shouldn't. It's too important to this community. This is our one shot. There should not be a trustee who is dealing with the Army Corps. I don't deal with the Army Corps. The village manager deals with the Army Corps. If we want to change the kind of government we have, that's one thing. But this isn't, and I don't blame the flood committee for making the proposal because they don't know the inner workings of the government, but we should. This is not how our form of government works.
Well,
and it never will be.
Tom, I don't know that Jerry has the expertise to do this. I think Jerry would certainly be involved with it, but I think this is a very big project. It's unprecedented in the village, and I think we should be really using all the resources we have. And in fact, the Army Corps plan isn't a finalized plan. They are looking for information. They are looking for more information from the village, and they're looking to tweak the plan to improve it. I think that we would be foolish to not use all of the resources we have to make sure that the Army Corps has as much information as they can possibly have. So
and there is nothing to say we shouldn't use the resources we have, but who's going to be involved in the direct leading of this is not one trustee who was running in an election this year. That's not happening.
You know what, Tom?
And also, Nora, the power to appoint a liaison rests with the mayor, and this isn't going to happen.
Tom, the power to appoint a liaison rests with the mayor in terms of boards and committees.
No, Nora.
That's what the law says.
No,
and
we have an opinion on this.
We have an opinion from our village attorney about boards and commissions. It came up in December when we were doing our board appointments.
Yes. And you're saying now it's an exception for outside agencies?
I'm speaking, Tom. I'd like to be able to finish my statement.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
And in fact, while that is actually, we learned in December that it was the law, that it's the mayor's appointment for appointing people to the board liaisons to boards and commissions. The reality is we've never done it that way. It's always been the Board of Trustees. As long as I've been watching this village, which is, more than 20 years, and as long as I've been an elected official, it's been a collaborative a decision amongst the 5 members of the Board of Trustees about who the liaisons would be. So it was done at the annual organization meeting by the entire board. So maybe that process was done incorrectly, but I believe
I've been on this board much longer.
That law that Bob has cited is about boards and commissions. I don't think anybody ever anticipated appointing liaisons or having people working with outside agencies. So
There should not be there should not be a trustee working with an Army Corps. This is ridiculous. He's one member of the Board of Trustees. He's not the mayor. The mayor isn't doing it. It should be the chief executive officer. That is not how we operate. It isn't, and it never has been. You're talking about precedent. Show me one precedent where a trustee was liaison to an outside entity on a project that's $88 million.
Show me one other project like that. We don't have one. This whole thing is
Any
unprecedented.
project, Nora, any project. Any project.
Tom,
There
show me
should not be
another
a
project.
Listen,
This
Dan Natchez is the trustee to the flood committee. He can interact with them, make recommendations to the whole board, and the whole board will decide what to do. One person is not going to do it.
Well, Tom, I'm sorry. I think everybody, there needs to be an agreement to disagree, because I think more heads are better than one. And I think that we should be using all of the expertise we have to make sure that this is the best plan for the entire village.
And I think we will do that. And I think that it stinks of electoral politics. And I'm sorry, you cannot tell me it doesn't.
Well, that's how you see it. That's not how.
I think that's how everybody will see it.
That's your,
Pretty transparent to me.
that's your opinion.
Okay, well, you obviously don't have the votes to do it. So next on the agenda.
Trustees and mayor, am I free to
Yes.
go to my next assignment?
Thank
Yes.
you, Tony.
All right,
Tony.
Have a good night, Tony.
Take
Have a
care.
good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, what did you want to do next?
I think, well, either the dam or the,
Let's do the, we'll get to the dam next. Let's do
open meetings law.
resolution selecting the green option from community choice aggregation.
Well,
Just a minute, we just amended the agenda and the order.
We
So,
can bang this one out there. I promise you, we're gonna get to all yours next. Does anybody have a problem with this? We got it today.
No.
no, I mean, I'm sorry,
Okay.
the rate might go up, but I don't know what else we can do about it. And I
Okay.
think and just to reiterate, we should explain what it is.
Okay, it is adding this to the agenda, and the item is, when we last approved the committee choice aggregation, they had one top rate option. Since the price of natural gas has gone up, the rate that they were going to charge has also gone up. They're putting a ceiling on it. If it goes up past a certain amount, they will not do it.
Right.
But this is this has to be done by next week, so it had to be added in post haste if we were going to participate. So we are a participating community. So I see that there are 3 people who want to add it to tonight's agenda. So let's just get that out of the way, and we can move on to the date.
I think we just need to say that everybody in the village will have the option of opting out of this again.
You always have the option of opting out.
It's this is a shorter term one, instead of doing it for the typical length of time, they're doing it on a shorter cycle this go round.
That is correct. Thank you. All right, let's go to the dam. What number is that?
Oh, it's
M as in Mary.
Yeah. So,
Okay, we're going to item 1M. Okay, I'll give everybody a brief recap. The Westchester Joint Waterworks owns a dam, which is just north of the Westchester Joint Waterworks. This dam was built to build a reservoir. It was built in 1930, and I assume that where the residents of the village of Mamaroneck drew their water from for a long, long time. In the 70s, the Westchester Joint Waterworks started procuring its water from the New York City water system. The dam and the reservoir were no longer needed. So the Westchester Joint Waterworks was going to, from what I understand, remove the dam. The village said, no, don't remove the dam. We believe it provides some flood protection. So the Westchester Joint Waterworks says, okay, if you want to keep the dam, then we're going to come into an agreement with you where you maintain the dam. The village signed that agreement, I think, in 1977 and 1978. When a lot of us were still young. And consequently, over the decades, since the dam, they also put in 2 sluice gates at the time, which allowed the water to flow through and allowed the river to operate more like a functioning river. So now time's gone on, and I think over the decades, it wasn't maintained properly. And the county, not the county, I'm sorry, the state has cited us for not maintaining it properly. There is discussion about whether we need it anymore for flood mitigation. Does it help? Does it hurt? One of the things I do want to point out here is that people often talk about dredging the reservoir, but it really needs to be pointed out that there is no longer a reservoir. That is gone. It is now a functioning river. So reservoir might have been there in the 70s, and it hasn't been there since. And I know a lot of folks with a long historical background in the community still refer to it as the reservoir, but it isn't, and it hasn't been for decades. So I just want to clear up that nomenclature before we move forward. I'm going to throw this over to Dan Sonoff to talk more about where we are with the maintenance program for the dam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jerry met earlier today with a consultant we've worked with in the past to develop our EAP program, or that's emergency action plan for the dam. We already have an inspection and maintenance plan in place, and we're going to be submitting an update to the EAP, the emergency action plan, providing our 2022 annual certification in the next few months. Regarding the assessment, that's yet to be determined because we may, and that's a pretty broad term, may be able to reclassify the dam from its current Class C high hazard to either a Class B or a Class A. As a point of reference, a Class C high hazard dam, that's the same rating that the Kensico Dam is. The Mamaroneck Dam is holding back, I gotta imagine, less than 1% of the amount of water that the Kensico Reservoir Dam is. We've done, as part of the emergency action plan, what are called rainy day and sunny day inundations. Rainy day inundation is, what happens when the dam is overtopped during a flood event, and unfortunately, we're accustomed to that, and we see what the results are. The sunny day inundation is what would happen if there was a failure in the dam during your normal day when it's nice and sunny out, there's no rain event. From what I recall of the emergency action plan, it's actually a minimal impact if there was a sunny day inundation, if there was a failure in the dam. I know that in terms of how to proceed, again, there are a couple of options. There's the restoration or the decommissioning. I don't know what level of support there would be for decommissioning, so I think we're looking at the refurbishment and restoration of the dam. The been multiple engineering reports over the last 40-ish years, 45 years. The first, which was produced by, I believe, Hazen and Sawyer back in 1977 or 78, when it was 3 or 4 years old. The reports have all found that it provides mitigation for a 2 to 5 year storm. Anything over that, that's when the dam is overtopped, and it's not providing any sort of mitigation. But the cost back when, I think it was approximately the same cost for decommissioning versus, refurbishment / repair / bring it up to spec. So that's kind of the $2 or the 2-minute update on where we stand with the dam. And, the questions, if you have any questions, I can try to.
Yeah, and where are we with, what's the plan for action?
Right now, we're updating the emergency action plan. We're updating the maintenance plan, and we're going to conduct the engineering assessment over the next few months to hear the notice from the state DEC.
I'll get to you, Trustee Natchez, in 1 second. I just want to say that Save the Sound contacted me and Jerry, and they're talking about a study about returning the river to its natural state, and they want to talk to the board. And I told them to come in 2 weeks to talk to the board. Go ahead, Dan Natchez.
Dan, when you say we, I assume you're talking about the village?
I believe that's what I've heard about. What do you
Okay,
mean?
so
Are you talking about the village and the Westchester Dry Waterworks, or when I say we, I refer to the village?
okay, so as I understand it, and the mayor's confirmed that the dam is owned by Westchester Joint Waterworks.
That's correct, but we have the maintenance.
The maintenance agreement, excuse me, the requirement for the emergency plan is required by the DEC regulations from the owner of the dam. We have the village in 77, and the mayor is correct in this, entered into a maintenance agreement. But the maintenance agreement is very, very specific about 5 items. It has to do with a 24-inch culvert, a pipe, cleaning of the screens, and making sure the access way to the inner dam. It does not cover anything else beyond that. I talked today with Susie Oppenheimer, who is the only person who was on the board at that time, and probably the only person around here who knows the history of it. And it was very clear in my discussion with her today, it had nothing to do with taking over the dam. So now the question is, there's no question that something needs to be done. But the question is, why is this falling upon the village taxpayers to shoulder the whole burden of this? And why is this not being done by Westchester Joint Waterworks as opposed to the village? And the village obviously has a share that has to be done. It obviously needs to do the maintenance, which is per the agreement. But what you're talking about in reports talk about millions of dollars, regardless of what option one takes. So that's, I'm trying to get a better understanding as to why we're not following that path.
I suggest then that we have the village attorney review the agreement from 1977 and come up with specifically what they believe we are responsible for and what the scope of work is that's required to bring it up to speed.
The scope of work, I'm sorry, go ahead, Nora.
No, I think we have to. I mean, I read the agreement, and it's really those 24-inch pipes and screens that, and we've clearly been lax in not maintaining them. And it looks like the waterworks has been lax in not complying with some inspections. So there's lots to do, but it doesn't seem like the entire responsibility for maintaining the entire dam as the village is just some specific aspect. So I really, before we go too far, I absolutely think our village attorney needs to be looking at this.
Mr. Young.
Okay, the matter that I would like to see cleared up first is whether or not the dam actually does impact flooding. Because if it does, then it certainly is part of the storm flood mitigation emergency action plan. I would think that we could tell the village manager to continue with this action plan, evaluate whether or not the dam does have an effect. If it does, then we need to proceed from that point.
Well, I think we have a lot that we have to do, but if we don't have the authority to fix the dam, then we don't have the authority to tell the waterworks to do it.
Okay.
So I think that they're parallel tracks. We need to work with the waterworks to find, or with the Army Corps to find out whether or not this dam can provide flood mitigation, can provide more than it does. But we also really have to know who owns the dam, because it's not a matter of just, who's responsible to pay for something. If we don't own the dam, we can't repair something. It's not as if I could, build an addition on my neighbor's house.
Then let's do what I originally proposed. Have the village manager's office review the contract from 77. The village attorney's office review the contract from 77 and compare that with what the scope of work is, and see where we land on this.
Except, and I understand that I am delighted to have the village attorney, review it, but it's very clear what I'm concerned about is a couple of things. The first is that if the action plan, the emergency action plan is required by law to be by the owner. So if we are doing the action plan, we are in effect potentially causing us to take over the dam. And we don't want to overstep what or assume a liability that is not ours to assume, and that I don't think we can assume.
That's why I want the village attorney to tell us what's on.
Just for once, let somebody finish.
Well, you just keep chewing the same cud.
I get what he's saying.
So, Lou's suggestion of, if it's an emergency because of the emergency for the other, then you didn't need another emergency. One of the things that has scared a lot of people in the path of the upper portion of the Mamaroneck River is when it was announced, the way it was announced, that they were concerned that they had to evacuate their homes. And I've assured numerous people that that's not the issue at the moment. And we don't know that to be a fact. The studies that have been done are all very interesting and very helpful, but they do not go into the real cause and effects as to how it will help or how it would hurt, depending on what actions you take. And that's part of the big issue, and that's not going to be resolved quickly. That's one of the things when I proposed and Trustee Tefor joined in that the dam had to be addressed was not just to fix the maintenance aspect of it that we are committed to by the agreement, but to understand better what the long-term cause and effect issues are of either rebuilding it, building it higher, building it lower, or taking it out. We don't have that information.
Is there something specific that's not in the 77 study? The Army Corps looked at it from several years ago, the Stearns and Wheeler studies, or the Leonard Jackson and Associates studies, that a specific piece of information you're looking for?
Dan, can we please have everything that's been written? I think it's partially mentioned in the.
Yeah, I included extracts with the agenda.
Yeah.
Everything that's been written by the Army Corps and by our engineers. We look at that more closely in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, Mark, please review with Bob the agreement
We'll review both.
and see where we are with that.
And that's in the backup.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark has it.
Yeah, we have it.
Yes.
Is there,
Lou is recognized, then you.
I'll say this though, as far as the dam and responsibility for it, if it doesn't help the flood situation, we don't want responsibility for it. If it does, we do want responsibility for it so we can protect the people who live below it. And we haven't taken care of that up to this point. So we need to figure that out. And if it does protect people from flooding of any kind, we need to jump in and take responsibility for our citizens.
But there's no doubt that we haven't, if going back decades, done what we were supposed to do.
I mean, just because we can push it off on someone else, we shouldn't. People still flood.
Lou, I agree totally that we
How do
don't,
you do?
we want to make sure that if there does have a flood implication, that it is done right and done quickly and done meaningfully.
I know, but what the thing there,
That
the
doesn't
thing
necessarily, Lou, again, it would be nice.
you were talking to me, I was talking back to you. So we were having a conversation, but go ahead, finish.
Thank you. In the backup that was just posted, did we have any agreement with the Westchester County? Because back in '77, the resolution said they were assuming 50% of the cost. And I haven't seen anything on that.
I believe the resolution said they were doing 50% of the cost for what needed to be done at that time.
I understand that, but I've seen no documentation except in the resolution of the village, which is one-sided. I'm asking Dan if we have any backup to that covers that.
I'd have to look for it.
Okay, I think that's important to have so we have a better historical perspective on the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the thing I'm saying is that this feels like, correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like the pattern of talking stuff to death and then nothing happens and then there's another flood. That's all I'm saying. Whatever we got to do, we got to do something. We got to figure out if that thing helps flooding or not and then get right on it.
We need an answer in 2 weeks. We need an answer in 2 weeks. This can't languish.
I'm not sure we're going to get an answer in 2 weeks about the flooding issue because there's a lot of different engineers and a lot of different engineering studies. So I think that's a pretty heavy
They
lift.
all seem to say the same thing.
Well, yeah, but they all seem to say, they're not very specific.
Okay, so we'll put it off some more and wait for the next flood.
No, Lou, that's not what I'm saying. But I think it's going to be easier to get an answer about who owns and what the responsibilities are, because it's a simple agreement from 1977. When you look at the engineering studies, they don't actually all say the same thing. And they don't actually give solutions as to what would happen if the dam were decommissioned. So I think that there's information we don't have. And while it's sad that with all of these warnings, the waterworks in the village didn't heed them and didn't try to solve the problem, there is some engineering and science involved. And I think it's, while it would be great to get an answer in 2 weeks, I think we might not be realistic in being able to get an answer in 2 weeks. And I don't want to raise, just as I think it's shameful that people were alarmed by this emergency declaration. I don't want to say we're going to have a solution to the problem in 2 weeks. We are going to be closer to the solution and we're going to work consistently towards a solution.
Wait up. I don't agree with that. In 2 weeks, we could have an answer to the legal question. That's easy.
Yeah.
And in that legal answer, there will be things that we are definitely responsible for, and we should do the things we are definitely responsible for post haste. We should not wait an indeterminate period of time to get engineering studies that we've already have, but need to be reviewed further, I guess, is the point. We should do what we have a responsibility to do right away. What I want from the village attorney is, what is our immediate responsibility? And let's get cracking on it. Because, if we're gonna ask people to clean up their side of the street, you better darn well have your side of the street cleaned up.
I agree.
So can we maybe come up with a resolution expressing some urgency on this matter, telling them we want answers within a certain timeline, and that we want to get this done? Because I think what alarms people, Miranda, and I appreciate that the emergency declaration didn't take people by surprise, but what alarms them is living in an area that floods every 15 minutes, and people blame the dam. It may be that blame may be misplaced, but we need to find out what that dam does and fix it if it does help. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree. And whether the village owns the dam, or excuse me, whether the village, well, it doesn't own the dam, that we know. Regardless of what the responsibilities are, but I think the agreement is very clear with the very specific points that the agreement covers. And that's limited. But that doesn't mean that the village's responsibility of trying to move the Westchester Joint Waterworks faster and further on this and help in whatever way we can to mitigate flooding, that's not trying to be delayed under any circumstances by anybody on this board. Let's be very clear about that. The question is to make sure that in the path forward that it's done correctly and that we are part of making sure that the resolutions for fixing it one way or the other are in the best interest of our residents to help prevent flooding in the future.
Can we make a motion at a work session? We certainly can, right?
Well, yeah, I think there's a consensus here. Let's just say what you want to say.
I would like to see us pass a resolution that endorses the manager's actions and instructs him that this is a matter of urgency and we want answers on a timeline. That we don't want to study this. That we're not just we're not just watching. We're not observing what happens. We're actually trying to direct the course of this.
But I think the manager has issued an emergency declaration, as is right. And I think we should just say, do what we're contractually required to do post haste and support him in that.
I so move.
I think there's a consensus on it, isn't there, gang?
Yeah, we have to figure this out.
Yeah, so, he should do what we're contractually obligated to do right now. As soon, although I hear the trustee Natchez says it's very clear, I'd like the lawyers to look at it and tell us what we're contractually obligated on. And not just take trustees' words for it.
And I think we have to, also, work closely with the waterworks.
Mark, could you, yes, and we will. And Mark, can you get us that post haste, not wait 2 weeks?
Yep, by the next agenda.
Appreciate it.
No, not the next agenda. Next week.
By next week, yes, yeah.
So
One of the things what I'd like to do is ask staff to contact Westchester Joint Waterworks, or Tom is the chairman of the Westchester Joint Waterworks, instruct their attorneys to also go through this and to begin whatever post haste, whatever actions they need to be undertaking.
You don't have to do that. I have a meeting tomorrow and I'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Okay.
What's the next item we decided to do on the agenda?
The open
Laura, did you
meetings
say
law.
What?
The open meetings law,
Open meeting.
which is
Two
2D.
2D and not 2D.
Yeah.
Video conferencing and open meetings. Okay, just let me give a brief explanation to folks at home. The ability to have meetings like we're having now expires on the 8th of June. The legislature of New York State has changed the law about video conferencing, about people participating from remote locations, whether Board of Trustees members or anyone who's participating and giving testimony, I would guess. So what they're requiring is that each municipality, and I don't know why they're doing this, it seems absurd, that each municipality has to pass a law to regulate how they do their video conferencing procedure. There's backup here. And there are some basic what you can and can't do. So unless I read this wrong, and Mark, have you had a chance to go over this?
Yes.
So I think that what they're saying is, you know, there are some exemptions that they are allowing for video conferencing, and you have to kind of opt in on those exemptions. Is that correct?
To a certain degree. I can go over. So basically, it's part WW of Chapter 6 of the Laws of 22, changes the meeting requirement. So you're correct. As you said, essentially the status quo remains the same until June 8th. And after that, if the board would like to continue video conferencing, teleconferencing, after that, the board does have to pass a local law. So I'll go over the requirements for that. So
Can I just read one paragraph? Which if you go to the NICOM, page 2, section 3, members of the public body must be physically present at one of the meeting locations at which the public can attend in person, unless the member is unable to be physically present due to extraordinary circumstances, as set forth in the public body's adopted meeting procedures, which include disability, illness, caregiving responsibilities, or any other significant or unexpected factors or event which may preclude the member's physical attendance at such meetings. Members of the public body do not have a right to attend meetings remotely, but may participate remotely via video conference only at the discretion of the public body. So they're really, I think it's funny because in some ways they're real exact, right? Disability, illness, caregiving responsibilities. And then they say, or other significant and unexpected factor, which is kind of vague.
Mhm.
that's correct. That's
I'm
correct.
sorry, I'm interrupting you. I just want to get that out.
No, that's right, and I think that's part of why I'm not sure what the exact intention was, but that's part of why the local law requires whatever local law is passed by a municipality that wants to have the ability to conduct meetings remotely has to have some sort of written procedures. And my hunch is that is why it's there, because they didn't want to limit it to just those specific extraordinary circumstances. But if the board, whatever board or county or whatever municipality would like to expand that, or I guess lessen that, they can do so. So nonetheless, even if that's the case, there still has to be a quorum of the members of that public body physically present either at one location that the public can go to and access, or at multiple locations as we have read the law.
Which
So,
is also
Mark,
convenient.
question for you. Does that mean that if somebody is traveling on business or otherwise, that could not be in the law, that they could, that a member of the committee or commission or whatever can zoom in? Because presently we can do that under the previous law. So the question is that possible to be built in? That's question one. Question two is, do we have as I understand it, we have a 60-day time limit from April 8th to enact a law, one way or the other. Is that correct?
So I'll answer the first question first. So that the board has the ability to determine those written procedures and to determine what the parameters is as to what those extraordinary circumstances. The written procedures have to otherwise be consistent with the section. So there are other certain requirements that can't be changed, but it would be up to the board to determine what those extraordinary circumstances would be and whether they would fall in line with those examples that as they set forth there. Because that's the examples that the mayor had mentioned Those are the way we read that, it's including but not limited to that. So whatever the board lays out, if it chooses to do so, to lay out in the written procedures may expand upon those circumstances that they can be that a member can participate remotely. And then for the second question as to the law doesn't have to be passed by June 8th. That being said, once June 8th comes around, the board wouldn't be able to conduct meetings as it has been now. So if the board would like to have the ability to conduct open meetings, essentially it just goes back to the status quo of the previous open meetings law prior to the executive orders and to the local laws enacted this year. But after that, it essentially goes back to that. But if the board would like to have the ability to conduct to conduct meetings via video conference, then it would have to pass a local law. Yes.
Go ahead, Dan.
So
Dan
what
has
I,
his hand up.
so the real question is, do we want to allow video conferencing in some form going forward or not? That's really what this boils down to. And I know from the discussion that for many of the committee members of all the different committees, that a lot of people find it much easier and allows more participation to be able to have video conferencing going forward in some form. So I think that's something that we, at least from my vantage point, I think would make it easier and more desirable. It doesn't mean that somebody can't, that people have to video conference, but it gives them the opportunity. You have to have a quorum present. There are certain things in what the state passed that we have to incorporate. But I think that we should be able to do that and allow people to participate, whether they be board members or commission members or members of the public, to video conference in for those extreme things that have been cited, as well as for family needs, business needs, types of things. So I'd like to hear what everybody else wants to do.
Well, there has to be a majority at the meeting, right? We all know that.
Yeah.
And as it works now, if you're not at the meeting, you have to say where you are. And, before, I'm not talking about the emergency restrictions, I'm talking about the old rules. You have to say where you are and allow people the opportunity to attend. I think that, let's keep in mind, we're the only community around here that's doing this. The town of Mamaroneck's back in person. Village of Larchmont's been in person since June of last year. So we've been pushing this pretty much to the limit here. I know that there's still trepidation about COVID, but COVID might be around for the rest of our lives.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
Because I've been trying to I think this is a pretty confusing memo. I think that one requirement may be, and this is one of the things I can't figure out, and maybe Mark has thought about this or puzzled it out. If we don't do anything, then we go back to, if somebody needs to Zoom in, they have to give their location, right? And they have to do it as part of the public meeting notice. I can't figure out whether, for instance, we set up a meeting at Village Hall, there's going to be 3 or 4 people there, there's supposed to be 5 people there, but one person can't come because they're quarantining. Do they have to have it in the notice 3 days ahead, or can you change your mind at the last minute? Because it seems to me, I can't tell you how many people I know who are quarantining this week. I'm happy I'm not one of them. Just by luck, I'm not one of them. But I wouldn't have been able to come to the meeting tonight, but that's okay, because I could have just called in. I could have Skyped in, because we're still under that kind of dispensation. So the question is, how far in advance do you have to notice that you're going to not be attending if you're attending under these new rules that we set up? And B, It looks like we have to have a little bit more, which I think is what the county does, a little bit more robust technical ability for people to teleconference in, for the public to teleconference in, not for board members or committee members, but for the public to come in. So we have to have, you know, like ADA compliance with those kinds of technologies, and that's what the county does. So those are two questions I have. It seems to me that, you know, if we have a spate of meetings where people can't come because somebody is sick because they're quarantining, it'd be beneficial for us to allow them to Skype in, because they may feel fine, they just have to stay out of the public forum.
I thought that we didn't have to quarantine anymore. If you were exposed to somebody, you didn't have to quarantine if you had vaccinations. That's what I thought the CDC was doing.
You know, that may be the guidance. The reality is everybody that I know that has COVID is vaccinated, boosted, and often double boosted.
Okay, but I'm just saying, that's not what, you know.
Right, but
We're gonna be doing this forever.
okay,
We're gonna be doing
I
this
did
forever.
not get exposed to COVID because I didn't do something last week. If I had been exposed to COVID, would you rather sit next to me? Or would you rather me stay away from you? It's just like a personal preference. So I think that we should
Okay,
think
Nora,
about the fact.
all I'm saying is that is not gonna be the case forever.
I understand it's not going to be the case forever, but you know, we're having a little bit of a surge now. By June, the governor may be changing the executive order back to virtual meetings. I mean, it's kind of like who's on first. We don't quite know what's going on. So I think there's a benefit to us in figuring out how to have the ability to teleconference.
I know, I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just talking about, you know, I was just, you know, wanted to point out that you don't have to, if you want to, that's fine. If you want to, you know, quarantine, but I'm just saying it's not the law anymore.
So maybe it's just better looking towards just having a medical issue. I know several years ago, there was an incident in another community where there was a trustee who was going through chemotherapy and was participating remotely. His address was advertised as that's where he was participating from, and people showed up to his house, and he left the meeting because he couldn't be around people because he was immunocompromised. I mean, but I think you also have a little bit of, and maybe Mark, you can clarify. I think there's a little bit of flexibility in determining what those extraordinary circumstances are. Is that correct?
Yes. However, as I read the law, and as we read the law, one of the important requirements is that the village has to have written procedures as to this. So that those written procedures, as I see it, don't necessarily have to be part of that local law being passed, but there has to be reference to those procedures, and they have to be laid out somewhere. So, you know, however the village would like to define those extraordinary circumstances would be up to that individual municipality. And, you know, they can define it as they would like to.
Lou, how do you feel about this?
I think we should construct a policy that isn't focused on COVID, because that's looking back. Other things are going to happen. There's going to be other viruses. There's going to be other reasons why people can't attend. There's going to be a whole universe of things, and we should deal with a standard procedure, I think, that allows at least the elected officials to be remote if their reason and location are disclosed for the public. You know, I mean, the reason, you know, somebody could Skype in from prison. I don't know, you know. you know, so there's a whole universe of things that haven't that don't apply to COVID. We're still thinking about COVID, but the next thing will be different. So we need to be prepared to deal with the next thing. So that's what I would hope, that we would get off of the COVID thing.
Victor, how about you?
I think if you're gonna, I'll run a meeting then. But I think if you're gonna do it and you're gonna Skype in, the public should know why you're not there. It shouldn't just be, I'm not showing up today, because the job is to show up, right?
Yeah.
And if, there's always going to be a time when people can't, and I understand that. But, it should be expressed why. And, I had to go to, California on business and I couldn't get out of it. But I'm here and my attention is on the village of Mamaroneck for these 5 hours, whatever it is. So I think that is important to me, that, people know why you're not there. And, I don't know if we need to give people access to where you are. I always thought that was absurd.
Yeah.
I don't, and I was listening to what Mr. Sarnoff just said, the fact that somebody goes banging on your door and,
And in this village, that would happen.
yeah, obviously it did. Nora, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to say, to want to lose comments, I'm working on a prison project right now, and I'm pretty sure you couldn't Skype into a meeting from prison.
Oh, good.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure. But but Tom, that's exactly my question. That do these extraordinary circumstances require people to give notice of where they are or not? That seems to be, that's like a gray area to me. And if that's the case, does the notice have to be 72 hours in advance? Does it have to be on the meeting notice? Because, for instance, I thought I was exposed to COVID in August, and that's when we were meeting in person. So I couldn't go to a meeting, but I didn't have, it was, I got like, I had, like 1 day. So there wasn't time for me to change the notice, right? The village couldn't change the notice. And because we were operating under the open meetings law, I had to let people come to my house. And obviously nobody was supposed to be coming to my house. So I don't understand, this seems very vague to me. Do the procedures that we adopt allow for a change of notice that day, so that if somebody has an extenuating circumstance and they cannot physically come to a meeting, but they could do the meeting from home, they're able to do that? Or does it have to be properly noticed ahead of time, which is what the open meetings law requires now, absent the executive order?
I don't see anything in this law about the 72 hours.
Well,
so what I want to get to is, listen, if you're going to be in Atlanta, you say, I'm going to be in Atlanta, I'm going to be Skyping in from Atlanta. If you get exposed to somebody who has COVID on Sunday night, we'll have a medical emergency exception.
Yeah, so you can say what it is and
Say what it is.
where you are.
I've been exposed to a contagious disease and I can't come,
but
I'm at home.
my question is, can you make under the open meetings law now, you can't make a last minute change.
Right, but
It has to be part of the notice. And that's, I don't understand. I don't see that you can make a last minute. It doesn't speak to whether or not you can make a last minute decision for an extenuating circumstance. And maybe
Mark, have you looked at that?
So if just to clarify, so the board would have to decide in advance whether the meeting would be by video conference. So the three, a quorum would still have to be present at a physical location, or at, notice that be given as to those physical locations. So it is a little bit difficult because, you have to give the notice that the meeting will be by video conference ahead of time. It doesn't, from what I have read, it does not say that a specific, in this case, board member would have to say that they will be attending electronically prior to that meeting. So it does make it a little bit difficult in that sense. The requirement as to who would have been attending electronically would be in the minutes after the fact. So it is a little bit, it does create a challenge as to, when the board would want to make the determination to hold a meeting by video conference.
Victor, go ahead.
I was going to just add to that point that probably to clarify, let's start with the minimum requirements that the state has set up. Because if you build from that, those are kind of the minimum essential elements of a video conference. And That includes, Mark, please clarifying these situations, because probably that's where it's more impractical. Let's put it that way. That, for example, you may need to relocate or to move, or you don't know exactly where you're going to be. Let's say if you're in work travel within those 72 hours, but that may be gone with this new law that you can now, you're not stuck with that, with that requirement. Before, we had this problem that between the time you have the notice and the time you have the meeting, if you're in a different place, then I think you could join, but maybe you couldn't vote, or there was some problems. Now we are offered the opportunity to clarify, and for various reasons, that is the new the trend or the requirements of this new era, regardless of the reason. So I do think we should move forward in drafting a law and the necessary procedures to move ahead coming June.
Lou, what we said?
But starting with the minimum, and then we can have a further discussions of what the board would add in addition to.
My question for Mark was that, are we talking about a meeting that is by video conference, or are we talking about a physical meeting in which one participant conferences in? In other words, it's like we're all at a dais, and at the end of the dais, there's a screen where Dan or Victor or Nora are. That seems like it's those are two different animals.
Right. So again, the quorum has to be there at one physical location or at multiple physical locations, and notice as to where those physical locations are. So once that's settled, so Part G says the public body shall provide that each meeting conducted using video conferencing shall be recorded. Excuse me, that wasn't section 1. So section 8 says if video conferencing is used to conduct a meeting, the public body shall provide the opportunity for members of the public to view such meeting via video and to participate in proceedings via video teleconference in real time where public comment or participation is authorized, and shall ensure that video conferencing authorizes the same public participation or testimony as in-person participation or testimony.
So you're talking about a meeting where one window would have all of us sitting at a regular meeting, and then the other window would have somebody who's somewhere else, or maybe a smaller window or something like that.
Not quite, Lou. I think it's what he's saying. Maybe, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, that you would have a screen that would show those who are present and those who are participating in video. Not only the members of that particular body, but the members of the public who wish to. So you could have a situation where, which is 5 people, all 5 people are present, but you're allowing the members of the public not only to come to the board meeting physically, but also participate via Zoom.
Yes. Yeah.
And what I'd like to suggest is that we ask Mark to draft an outline of a law that gives the most flexibility to the village and its participants, and is as simple as possible and not as convoluted as it could be.
Yeah, that's the most nebulous instruction I ever heard. I think we should iron out what we want to do here. I mean, how it always worked was, Trustee, Potok, really started videoing in a lot. So we'd all be on dais. Trustee Potok would be on a big screen on the side there. I'm sure Victor remembers that. And so we could do that, have the person who's video conferencing in, if one of us is video conferencing in, on the big screen, and then do like we're doing here tonight, have the attendees on the other side, we call them up as they raise their hand. So that's not a problem. But the certain things that I think is important is if you're not there, letting the public know why you're not there, because you're supposed to be there.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
The job is here.
And Tom, it's not just about the Board of Trustees. It's about, every board and commission. And the public participation component, I think, is going to be a little challenging. I know that Augie has been working hard to try and get better screens and, more information. And so it's not an issue of like a consultant Skyping in or somebody Skyping in or Zooming in to do a presentation. It's how you figure out how the board members, how a non-quorum portion of the board members can participate remotely, and how the public can participate remotely with all in full compliance of the ADA. So I wish NICOM had done a draft law as opposed to this confusing memo.
I mean,
And just
Mark, do you
one
have,
thing to add, sorry, go ahead.
go ahead, Mark, go ahead.
What one thing to add is that the local law either has to authorize the use of video conferencing for the board and its committees or subcommittees, or you can specify that each committee or subcommittee can make its own determination.
Right, that's
Which
reasonable.
I think is fair, because, does the Arts Council need to have, you know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, the Arts Council still has to comply with the open meetings law. So if they make their own determination,
Then they
they
can
have
figure
to
it out.
do they have to adopt a resolution? I mean, they have to
No,
comply.
it's the village adopting a resolution that enables them. They don't have to adopt their own
Yeah,
resolution.
they don't have the.
They can go one from column A, two from column B after we adopt our resolution. Our resolution binds them.
I think. Go
No,
ahead. I think we
that's not
keep
what
it
it says.
simple and then add to it if we need to. I mean, just start with something simple and then amend it as we see issues arise. I mean, that would be the easiest way to do it. I mean, I'm anxious to get back to regular meetings.
It's that the local government must adopt a local law, or an individual public body must adopt a resolution authorizing the use of video conferencing for itself and its committees and subcommittees, or specifying that each subcommittee may make its own determination. But I still think we have to figure out the logistics and whether we can do it.
Yeah.
And that, I think it's harder than what we're doing now.
So just to add, so in terms of drafting the local law, it's what would you challenge is that, the local law could be drafted, and then as I read it, technically the written procedures don't necessarily have to exist yet, as long as they will exist. But I think to be safe, I think it would probably be best to clarify the written procedures first prior to adopting the local law. So there's no ambiguity.
I agree.
So
I don't want to put pressure on anyone, but so the board meeting schedule is you have the 2 meetings in May. Your first meeting in June is June 13th, which is after the governor's executive order expires. So
Mhm.
Yeah, but we don't have to pass it in 60 days. I mean, I'd like to pass it in 60 days, but it's not like the marijuana law where if you don't pass it by a certain time.
That's correct. You just wouldn't be able to conduct meetings as you have been now after that period. You would just go back to essentially the regular meetings at the courthouse.
I think we're all in agreement that we need to figure out something. And I think maybe the village attorneys and the staff who are going to have to figure out the technical part of it
Have anybody done this yet?
I mean, it's only a couple weeks, so no, I don't think anybody's done it.
So I think what we should do is ask our council to work with staff and draft something up for us to review at our next meeting, and get it to us well in advance, not just in the night, a couple nights before, but as quickly as possible, so that we can really thrash it out at the meeting and give direction. And
Well, what do we ask? I mean, I think we need to give them a little more direction now. I mean, we just told them to trash it out, but we didn't, let's give them an outline of what we want in it, what we don't want in it.
I'd like to see
What are we gonna have the poor guy do?
a minimalist beginning where we're going to go back to regular meetings and give trustees a way to remote in and a procedure for dealing with attendees who are not there. Just those 2 things to start with, and then we can go from there.
Well, I think that probably the most open area would be the definition of extraordinary circumstances, I think. And so in that sense,
Right.
that would be something that the board would be determining in terms of.
I don't care what the reasons are, as long as the public knows what they are and where the elected official is. I mean, it can be any reason, you know, I mean, it's subject to interpretation. I don't want to get into somebody's
There's
private life.
the ones that are mentioned there,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So they all are good for me, right? The ones that are actually mentioned in that paragraph 13, I'm sorry. And then, you know, I mean, as Nora pointed out, you know, a medical emergency or quarantine.
But you have medical, you have job-related, you have family-related issues that come up. And those are the types of things that I would think would make sense to have as your exceptions to allow that to go forward.
Say that again, medical what? I didn't hear you.
I said medical.
Yeah.
Job-related, family-related.
And we might want to think also, if I may.
Yeah.
Is there a time duration? In other words, if this goes on for X amount of time, that it becomes a debilitating situation where perhaps full participation is not possible anymore.
You can't do that with an elected official. You could do that of a board member who misses 3 meetings, like from that other law we have, but elected officials are elected and you can't, literally they can stop showing up and they're still elected officials.
They can get arrested.
They could be in prison and not be able to Zoom.
Prisoners get those phones in there one way or the other.
Yeah, they're really nice.
Think about
phones.
how.
All right. Is that good direction? Oh, it's your meeting.
Yeah, that's fine. Does anybody have anything they want to add or detract?
The only thing I'd add is that because the public participation component is more robust.
Yeah.
And so that's really something that, you know, Augie's going to have to weigh in on about how that's going to work out.
It'd have to be, I'm sorry, it'd have to be also allow the technology, whatever technology is used, it'd have to permit access that's compliant with the ADA as amended for which I would have to look more into because I'm just not immediately familiar with. So
I don't understand that. I mean, if we're allowing somebody to, I don't know, zoom in, how is that ADA? I mean, isn't that the quintessential ADA? You know, they don't have to come to the location.
Well, I know that there's certain access. I don't know specifically, so I have to look into it. Was what I'm saying is, but I know there are certain access issues, even for computer access. Like there's certain types of programs that are available to be used by those with certain types of disability or not. So I'm just not, you know, it's just not my area of expertise with the ADA. Whether that would include, you know, access for the blind, you know, those types of issues. So we'd have to look into that as well.
Includes like closed captioning possibly.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So I
Can
think
we
that may be a
close captioning
limiting
things?
factor.
Yeah, if someone,
Closed captions in Zoom, yes, I believe so.
Really?
I gotta look into them.
I don't want to see it, but I believe.
The code site is there. It's in the paragraph after item 9 on page 2.
But it exists.
I'm sorry, Nora, say that again?
The code site is in the paragraph on page 2, right after item 9.
Public body broadcast.
The ADA code.
Video, they must use technology that permits members of the public with disabilities to access the video in a consistent manner with the 1990 American. Oh, that is a wrinkle.
It's a wrinkle. It's a wrinkle.
Because we don't have to do that with the emergency orders.
No.
No.
And I mean, it's, you know, it's a laudable goal, but we have to make
It
sure.
is, it's difficult to achieve.
I think LMC may have some sort of
When
technology.
you close captions, it's not only the language on the bottom, you have to get somebody who's sound.
I mean, we're ahead of the game because we do LMC TV. That's really a big, I think.
Yeah, I think LMC has a closed captioning service.
Augie just pointed out that, you know, it might require us to have somebody doing sign language.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'd have to do more research because I'm just not familiar with the ADA's requirements in terms of that.
And let me ask you this, could we avoid this by just saying, you know what? It's in person, watch it on TV or don't, come down or don't. we're done. Can we do that?
To the extent that June 8th comes around, if no law is passed, then the remaining sections of the open meetings law still stand. So, the board could decide not to adopt a local law and just go back essentially to the status quo in 2019 or February of 2019, whatever it was, right before COVID.
Then folks can watch it on TV, and if they want to come down to make a comment, they can come down and make a comment, right?
That's correct.
Right, and if
I mean, the simplest thing to do.
and if a board member is traveling or can't be at a meeting, they have to give the notice of their location and make their location available to the public.
Or they just missed the meeting.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I think they should let the public know where they are, but I don't think that they need to, if somebody's home and they're sick, or they, God forbid, they have cancer and they can't be around other people, we shouldn't allow other people to come into their homes.
No.
I always thought that was ridiculous.
but if that's the case, then we have to adopt a law. If we want to make that choice, we have to adopt a law because
I always thought that was just awful.
So I think we've given, even though it's somewhat convoluted, some good direction to Mark, to start to craft something so that we can have something more tangible to focus on.
Can you come up with something, Mark?
We'll work on it. Just to be clear, there's the local law that will be, we'll make it as simple as possible. But then there's the separate written procedures, which, I can work with Big Dan and Jerry to that extent, that have to be posted online, have to be made clear on the board on the website. So those are two separate things. So I mean, I can work on both, but the local law can be fairly simple. It's just, I think that the written procedures aspect will be the more difficult aspect of it.
And they need to be
Understand,
done-
and we need to clarify whether we need to have sign language.
Yeah, or other requirements of the ADA that I'd have to look into, because I know there's other. I just from my personal experience, I know that there's certain accessibility options for computer programs, and I just don't know if that's something that's required in the ADA. I can work with, I can check with our employment attorneys here to see about that.
Go ahead.
What has LMC done in the past when you used to have the meetings over at the courthouse, the courtroom, and they broadcasted? Did they do all that?
No, there was no ADA, they just broadcast like a regular TV show, right?
Yeah.
new requirement. This is
Okay. All right.
this is a new requirement.
There wasn't a requirement. There isn't any requirement before this
No.
to broadcast your meetings.
Mhm.
It wasn't the law. You didn't have to do it. We did it, and we did it more than any other community did it.
Yeah.
So
And just this is a minor aspect, but if the board decides to adopt it, and I'm just not familiar with LMC TV how long their links last, but according to this law, a link would have to be provided for 5 years. So I'm not sure how far back LMC would go, but after this, it would have to be available for 5 years.
Okay.
well, the village could store that, right?
We could put it on.
Right. I just don't know what LMC's current, how long LMC's current archive goes back to. So
I think it's 5 years.
Yeah. I think.
They have everything, but you have to make a special request to get it. So
It isn't like years ago where they put everything on VHS.
yeah.
Because you could have, they actually offered me all my old shows on VHS.
Oh, great.
I said, yeah, that's what I want to roll my life away with.
Yeah, I think
Watching how I've aged.
everything's stored digitally, and once it's stored digitally, they should be able to put it on some sort of media pretty quickly, whether it be a flash drive or a burn image to a DVD.
We store the land use board meetings digitally ourselves, don't we?
That's gonna be fast.
Well, we have the recordings with Zoom.
That's what I mean. No, but I mean, even before that,
Oh,
when we were televising HCZMC
Yes,
and
Mayor, we have discs
Yeah,
of all the land use board meetings.
no,
Yes,
I'm
Sally said we
sure,
do.
I'm not familiar with LMC's technology.
No, Sally just said we do.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they would give us a disk of all the
Yeah,
meetings,
but-
and I have those.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sure they're saving everything to a hard drive and then just creating the media.
Right, but I'm just saying, we don't have to rely upon LMCTV, we're doing it ourselves. All right, what was the next one that you wanted to handle on the agenda?
The Army Corps of Engineers update.
You know what? We haven't heard back from them. They were supposed to answer the question from FEMAC. I was told that they will before the FEMAC, before May 18th. With the Army Corps of Engineers was originally going to wait to have a public hearing until they were 60% complete with the design phase. Through the good offices of Senator Schumer, they have agreed to hasten that pace, and they are going to come to listen to the village. And first of all, explain to the community what is in the Army Corps of Engineers plan, and what can and can't happen, and what are the parameters, and then hear the community's concerns about various issues. As far as I know, that in some substance is where we are today. I don't know if Jerry or Dan have more information on it.
Yeah, I mean, nothing about the answers to the question, but Jerry did ask me to report during manager's comments that several staff members are working on the May 18th meeting with the public at the Emlyn Theater. We are preparing for a large crowd and hope to and plan to simulcast in Spanish language as well.
Yes, I can say that I want to thank the Emlyn Theater for making the theater available to us. I called them up and asked them if they could, be flexible with us, and they were flexible with us, and I appreciate that. At the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee the other day, when I stopped by, I suggested that they contact Robin Ingenito and the village manager about getting information out to the public and asking the public for their input. And I know Robin Ingenito was working on that this week, and he was going to work with Mr. Gelbar, who was one of our guests before. And I know that they are reaching out to the Hispanic community so that we can, get information from folks who don't have English as first language, and have an opportunity to have their feelings heard and their concerns addressed. They appointed Ms. Elsa Puerto Rubin, who is, I think, the only Spanish speaker on the flood committee. When you look at the flood committee, I think, when we next appoint somebody, it definitely has to be somebody from Washingtonville. That's a glaring omission there. So
Further update. I'm sorry.
That, I think, is where we are right now. I don't have myself any more information. I hope that the Army Corps will get back to us post haste with answers to the queries that was presented by the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee. I just want to tell the public that you're going to have an opportunity on the 18th. When we are there on the 18th, I know that everyone is very anxious, is very raw from what has happened, not only through Ida, but through generations of flooding. But let's remember that these folks are there to help us, that we have the ball on the 1 yard line. So we have to be cognizant of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the very good. And we are almost there. And this is but a foundation that we will build upon. There are a lot of other ideas. There are a lot of other speculations about things that can and maybe will or will not work. And some probably going to have validity, and some will have less validity. And I personally don't have the ability to souse that out. But we will have engineers souse that out. We have in our budget, which we'll be approving tonight with the help of God, position for a village engineer and an assistant village engineer. And I'm very grateful that the board decided to do that, because you really can't have a community that deals with flooding in such a dangerous way without having professional engineers on staff. So hopefully that addition to the village staff will allow us to decide more quickly if ideas have worth and merit, and then to move expeditiously to spend money outside of the Army Corps of Engineers to implement those ideas if they work. So I think, from my point of view, I think we have to look at where we were on August 31st, 2021. We had a flood plan, an Army Corps of Engineers plan that was dead in the water, not to use a pun, but it was dead in the water. We had the floods on the night of the 1st and the 2nd. Soon after, we had every elected official up to the President of the United States, excluding the President of the United States, but everybody below him here, saying that they would advocate for us through the hard work of Senator Schumer. He got this plan into the Ida relief bill, and that took the cost of this plan out of the village of Mamaroneck's pocket and put it all on the federal government, and saving us anywhere from $8-9 million, which is money that we should be thinking about how to invest to prevent flooding in the future, that we were always prepared to do for our part of the plan. But since then, we have decided to take $150,000 from the relief package that President Biden passed and put that toward engineering studies for flood mitigation. We have enacted an emergency plan to clean out the rivers, which needs to be done and is being done and has been done, started already. And, you know, we will soon be having this plan from the Army Corps in place. We don't have to go back to square one. If we had to go back to square one, I don't know how many of us would still be around to see a shovel in the ground. Let's remember that in 2007, after that flood, which was the impetus for the current plan, it took us 8 or 9 years to get a plan through and then approved. And then in the change of administration, when the Trump administration came in, and I know that bothers some people when I say it, but it is what it is. They killed it. And that plan, had it not been killed, would have been started. And I don't know, I wouldn't say that it would have saved us from Ida, but it would have helped us. And we would have known that there was hope on the horizon. So I know people get anxious, and I know people have trepidation. We had a storm recently, I don't know, what it was, 1.5 inches of rain. And people were really at wit's end, and I don't blame them. I was worried too, and I don't flood. I don't lose all my clothing. I don't lose my family portraits. I don't have to get a new furnace or a new boiler or a new washer and dryer that I know some people have had to replace over and over and over and over again. And that just takes a lot out of people. But I just want to caution that when we meet with the Army Corps, these people are there to help us. They want to help us. They want to do this plan. They want to plan in this area, and they really think that this plan will help. So let's have our questions answered. Let's be emphatic. Let's just remember that these are our friends. That's where I am with this. Anybody else can add whatever they want to add.
I just want to let everybody know that the Flood Mitigation Committee will be deciding tomorrow night whether they're going to have 1 or 2 public meetings prior to the core meeting to help people focus on whatever they wish to do with the core meeting, but also focus on other aspects of what to do about flooding that are not as robust as the core plan.
Thank you. And as soon as they make that, Dan, let me know and I'll get the word out through everything that I have as quickly as possible. All right, that's where we are with the Army Corps. What else did we move up?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to 1A, the wetlands. Mr. Burt, who's the chairman of HCZMC, smartly said that he's going to review what the planning board has sent to him. And he is going to ask for a 45-day continuance, which I appreciate. But I just want to point out, I think really that we did this kind of backwards. We should have figured out where we wanted to go with it and then sent it to the land use committees and then have it come back to us, because it might come back with their proposals and that might not fit with us. And then we're going to send it back to them again. But it is what it is. But that's just my advice for the future in these situations.
But they did get the ball rolling, so.
Okay. Enforcement of multiple dwelling rules. I think we got to wait to Jerry. Am I right, Dan?
Please, yeah.
Mhm.
What, Dan?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Just I'd like to point out, I want to thank Dan, Sonoff, and Mark tonight for filling in. Mr. Barbario could not make it tonight, and Mr. Spolzino could not make it tonight. So, as they say in the theater, playing the parts of those good actors will be these two gentlemen. I just thank you guys. I know it's hard to just jump in like that. Sanitation roof, we're holding off, right?
Before we just told, you skipped the multiple dwelling law.
Oh,
Yes. No, I didn't.
We just dealt with it.
I just asked Dan if there's any new way we need to hold off. He said we need to hold off.
Yeah, for Jerry to get back. For Jerry to be in it.
Waiting for Jerry again.
Okay, on the transfer roof, again, I asked, this is the third time for an analysis of the cost, what was originally approved by the board to what it's now going to be, and the issue of taking it in-house and paying with it for overtime. We're looking for that financial analysis.
And also, there's some discussion in here about adding solar panels.
Yeah, so we hope that would happen.
And that kind of dovetails a little bit into G, 1G.
Well,
I don't know if you want to talk about both those items or separate.
all right, let's talk about both those items.
Okay. So 1G really deals with reuse of the Taylor's Lane site. So I spoke with our consultants from Labella who are helping us with the closeout. They have some experience with solar development. We had a meeting with a company that works on this. The first and major step would be doing an interconnection study to determine if the site can be served, because it has to be within a certain distance from a Con Ed substation. And that it varies based on the level of energy you're looking to produce. So that's where we'd have to start. As far as the Taylor's Lane and reuse, in the seeker law, it's actually kind of encouraged to redevelop former brownfield sites as for solar use. It's actually a type 2 action if it's a former brownfield site under 25 acres, which is being redeveloped for solar. So a site like Taylor's Lane, it seems like it would be appropriate for that if that's what the board wanted to do. It seems like there's a public policy imperative at the state level to try and encourage redevelopment of sites like this. And in speaking with the developer who deals with solar, I asked him to take a look at the site over at the transfer station and some of the other buildings at 313 Fayette. I think they would, if they're going to deploy solar to a transfer station roof, they'd want to try and maximize what they can do out there with our other buildings, because we have the transfer station, we have the garage, and we have the Butler building located at 310 Fayette.
So we know that there's a substation near the Fayette Avenue, because there's one right up the block.
Yeah, I think it's definitely more technologically possible. In speaking with
Yeah, just
the,
tell me, hold on, Dan.
sorry.
Do we know the distance between Taylor's Lane and the next substation?
No, and that's why we'd have to do an interconnection study. But in speaking with, a company that does the developed solar, they thought it was a good site. They thought that it probably was close enough to make an interconnection. Their concerns were basically about zoning and setback requirements, which is, I don't know if that's a question that the board is prepared to address tonight. Ultimately it's a village-owned property, so we believe we're exempt from the zoning requirements. In terms of how active the site would be, it would be a lot less active once a site is built than, say, an athletic field or most other uses. When I said how many times would someone be out there, I was told once it's built, maybe half a dozen times a year you'd have activity out there. So it would probably be more passive in its use. But again, there are certain questions that need to be answered as it relates to Taylor's Lane, specifically the interconnection question before you can move on to the next step.
Trustee Tofor?
Yes, Dan, let me ask this question, which I asked 5 years ago or plus. When are we going to get the okay to explore what we can do so that this kind of questions can be answered more precisely, and what will be given to us? We hired engineers. Since I think the only thing new that between I joined the board and asked these questions about the status of Taylor's Lane, reviewed the file, and then the questions of solar came. And now was that we had to hire that consultant again to kind of clean the file. My question again is when is that going to happen, so that we can really put our heads together and say this is going, because some would say this is a new thing. No, we've been trying to get to this point for more than 5+ years. So
Yeah,
when?
I mean, it's been like pulling teeth with the DEC. We've actually had to enlist the assistance of Assemblyman Otis on 2 separate occasions to have someone from DEC get back in touch with us. Most recently, I spoke to Lisa Urban from Assemblyman Otis's office earlier this year. She called me back last week, and I've been trying to include something in the report. We should have comments back on our draft site management plan very soon. But the important thing is that there's nothing at this point that prevents us from talking about future reuse. We're literally at the 1 yard line for getting the site closed out.
So we have a professional. We're paying to do this, right? Because there's politics involved. But what does the professional tell us? And can that be then a document that can be worked from? That then is news to me.
Well, the site management plan is what we hired the consultant to help us with, and that's what we're trying to close out. If we, depending on the site management plan, just talks about the future reuse of the site in more generic terms. If there is a decision to be made, we'd have to amend the site management plan. But I think, as you may recall, at one point the board asked the staff to reach out to the various boards and committees and commissions to ask them about what they wanted to see done with the site going forward. Not surprisingly, the various boards and commissions advocated for uses consistent with their missions. So for instance, the Parks and Recreation Commission, wanted athletic space. I think the Committee for the Environment wanted some sort of passive park or environmental demonstration. One group asked for a dog park at the site. We talked to the board about it, but I think we were waiting to get the site management plan finalized, which, like I said, has been a arduous process with the DEC. But in terms of, I was asked to look at specifically solar array for the site for municipal power generation. In terms of that, it does seem that it is something the state would like to see brownfields reused for. It would be a simple amendment to site management plan if that's the decision the board wants to go through. But like I said, we've been trying to get this site closed out for years. And honestly, it's only been through the assistance of our state elected officials that we've even gotten DEC to get back in touch with us on multiple occasions. So in terms of time frame, we had the ability to start focusing on how the village wants to reuse the site. This is an option. Is that the option the board wants to pursue, or would you want to do some sort of visioning study?
All right, Lou, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to thank Dan. Dan, thanks for this document, because the first time we talked about solar was after my first Committee for the Environment meeting, where we discussed it. And the truth is, in this instance, I'm grateful that nothing was done with it, because this has happened in other places where they've used cap landfills for solar arrays. So I really appreciate your work on this, and I'm very excited at the prospect. One of the things the Committee for the Environment suggested, though, and what got them very excited, is that there is a thing where solar arrays and pollinator sites can be at the same place, and that would be that's something that they were very, very enthusiastic about, and I would want to get that on the record right now.
Okay. Vic, did you have your hand up?
I was just hoping Dan would or I suggest that he talks with the consultants, because I don't know, from practice also know that there may be politics involved, but the consultants sometimes need to solve that little technical glitch with the person in the agency, and sometimes they're very close. So just reaching out to get a response, because there must be an answer. So if you could do that, maybe between now and the next meeting, that would be helpful.
Well, is the question when the site management plan is going to be approved by DEC?
What is the issue holding it from the technical people, and when do they expect this to happen? And of course, you can add on a call from Mr. Otis's office, etc. But the line is between the two. So
honestly, the issue was the state getting back to us with comments. We had submitted this back last fall, and they hadn't given us any comments. I think I may have. Give me 1 second. I think I may have an email on this. I'm just gonna look it up real quick if you give me a little bit of indulgence. I spoke with our consultant from Mabella at the beginning of the month. The DEC had reached out to him, and they committed to responding to our draft site management plan by May 6th with their comments. I was told, or it was implied, that their comments were going to be minimal, and they may just approve it as of right with what we submitted. But May 6th is the date that we've been given for when they will respond to us.
Thank you very much.
Yep. I'm sorry, I didn't. I had my email, just didn't have it committed to memory.
Okay. We are going to do executive session at 7 o'clock. That leaves us 4 minutes. So I think the only 4-minute thing we have here is item 1L, which is filling vacancy for unexpired terms of trustees, village update. And if you all turn, you'll see that what this is, it is a letter from the Attorney General's office. I guess you would call it, the technical legal term would be punting the ball to the State Board of Elections. So that's where we are now. We are waiting for the State Board of Elections to opine, because I don't know why the Attorney General's office couldn't have an opinion, but whatever. So we take that one off until we have more information from the Board of Elections. Get that off the agenda. I need a motion. Oh, let's go to the executive session. In front of us, the Westchester Joint Waterworks matter. Should wait for Mr. Spalzino. I can say this out in public before we do it. The Westchester Joint Waterworks has accepted the draft environmental impact statement that was prepared by our consultants. We are the lead agency. For those of you who don't remember, we offered to share lead agency with the town of Harrison's planning board. They declined. The question then went to the Department of State about who would be lead agency, and the Department of State sided with the Westchester Joint Waterworks that we would be lead agency. So we have just completed our draft environmental impact statement. We have accepted it. The comment period is open. If you go to the Westchester Joint Waterworks website, you can access that and read all the supporting documentation and put in any comments or that you would like, and they will be addressed in the final environmental impact statement. And I don't remember, I think it's sometime in June when the window closes. So let's exclude that from the executive session. I'll make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss the village manager EEOC complaint against Board of Trustees. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to go into executive session 105(1)D of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters of ongoing litigation, Labor Council to attend. So I make that motion.
Second,
Augie, call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Augie, could you get me on here, Tom?
I'll see you at the regular meeting.
Glad you're here.
came from play. The two new
Are we
You're live and we're recording.
live? New York.
Okay. Ready to go, almost 1 minute to go. Okay. Good evening, folks. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees regular session before April 25th, 2022. Before I get started, I need a motion to close the work session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Please join me for pledge of allegiance.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now I need a motion to open the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for April 25th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees.
Okay, Augie, you got the feedback.
For
We've got a technical problem, Augie's gonna.
this, I need a motion to close the work session.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now I need a motion to open the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for April 25th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
No, your speaker's open. Is that your computer?
Technical problem, Augie's gonna.
Nora, your speaker's open.
Nora,
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance.
gonna call it? We got it now?
Yeah, now you don't hear it. The resound is coming from her machine.
Okay, all right.
Okay, good evening. I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Full roll.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
Yes,
trustee Lucas,
you're muted, Nora.
Nora? You go yes, Nora?
Can you hear us, Nora? Wave your hand if you can hear us.
Nora, can you hear us?
Apparently.
Nora? Can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you. I see that you hear me.
she can't hear you.
She can't hear me?
What it was calling for.
Having a little technical difficulty.
Can't hear you. Can you hear us? Okay.
We can't hear you, Nora.
She understands and she's trying to,
I'm talking to Nora, Dan.
she can't hear you. What I'm trying to tell you.
No, she said she could hear. She gives a thumbs up. Just stay at it. How come we can't hear you, Nora? Right, you can hear us. Okay.
Okay,
All right. For the time being, we'll let Nora do hand vote.
Okay, let me start again. Trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No. Okay. Now let's get on to the agenda. First item on the agenda is, and we have a long agenda tonight. We're approving the budget. The first item on the agenda is communication to the board. I don't see anybody with their hand up. Mr. Lippman, put his hand up. I got it. Mr. Lippman, unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Can I help you, Mr. Lippman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment. I happened to listen to part of the work session, and I'm glad you were discussing the issue of the dam and all that goes with it. It just struck me that you're in kind of an awkward position. You have kind of a conflict of interest. You're an executive of the waterworks, and you are our mayor. So how can you make a contract with yourself? How do you really need to recuse one way or another, because you can't make a deal with yourself. It just doesn't make any sense. And I furthermore, I just don't see the nature of the emergency. It's been an ongoing problem probably since the dam was built. And I'm glad you approached it in the work session, and we'll try to work it out. But I really urge you to keep ethics in mind and do this properly.
Thank you, Mr. Lippman. Just to give you some history, your friend, Mr. Tickett, brought that up one time, and it was opined by the village attorney that I did not have a conflict of interest. And that was checked out already, but thank you for bringing that up. But let me remind you, as a member of the planning board, anytime you appear before another board, you're supposed to identify yourself as a member of the planning board.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I overlooked my note. I wanted to mention publicly that I am a member of the planning board, have been since 2016. I am the president of the Hawthorne's Gardens Co-op here in the village, and I'm also a candidate for trustee, but I was appearing tonight solely as an individual resident of the community.
But you don't get to do that.
I apologize for not doing it first. I overlooked my note.
Well, okay. Well, horse before the cart. Thank you for your input. But I'll see if I can get you the opinion that the village attorney had the right based upon your friend, Mr. Teaker's previously have brought this up.
I have not spoken with Mr. Teaker, so.
Yep. Nobody else has their hand up. Let's go right to the public hearing. Public hearing on fiscal year 2023 final budget resolution. Okay. Need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Nora seconded, affirmed with her hand. Boogie, call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas, trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Murphy.
Aye, thank you. Okay. Now, the first item on the agenda is resolution A. This is Village of Mamaroneck resolution summarizing the tentative 2022-2023 village budget for finalization as adopted budget. As you can see from the summary, the the appropriations of $41,320,290. And that was in the tentative. The adjusted is $41,576,803. Less estimated revenue other than real estate taxes, $13,455,388. That is not real estate taxes. That includes a wide variety of fees, meters, and sales tax. An appropriated fund balance of $600,000. The amount to be raised by the real estate tax levy is $27,521,415. I need a motion to approve budget resolution A.
So moved.
Second,
Oh, we got you back. Nora. There you go. Augie, call a roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay. Pardon me. Budget resolution B, resolution adopting a budget for the fiscal year commencing June 1st,
Excuse me.
2022 and ending.
excuse me, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do we, if it's a public hearing, is the public allowed? I see a hand up,
I think he just hasn't put his hand back down.
but maybe we can ask.
Mr. Littman, you don't want to speak on the budget, right? Your hand is just up from before?
From before.
Okay. I'm going to lower your hand. Okay, where was I? Okay.
B.
Resolution B, just everybody see it in front of you? I need a motion.
So moved.
second,
Call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. 2022, 2023, village tax levy and warrant setting the tax levy rate. Everybody sees it in front of us. Any questions or concerns? I'll make the motion.
Second.
Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Library tax levy and warrant. The library conducts its own vote every year on its taxes that it's held in December. The public is allowed to vote on that. And then what the village does is the village has a line on your taxes that says library tax. We collect that money and then we give it to the library. So we are just a pass through. The library doesn't have taxing authority on itself, so, or by itself, so they have to go through the village. I'm just explaining what that is. And this year their budget is $2,905,876, which was approved back in December. Questions or concerns? A motion, please.
So moved.
second,
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
It was
yes, yes,
Mayor Murphy.
2023 certificate of arrears due for unpaid amounts receivable on various properties, including such amounts. It should be amounts, it says amounts, in the annual tax levy and authorizing the levy of same upon the real property in the village in default. These are people who haven't paid their taxes. Boogie, is that right? Yes. And, okay. The only change I would have is just a typo, including such, it should be amounts. Okay?
Noted.
So with that change, I will make the motion.
Second.
Augustino, call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Westchester Waterworks arrears for water charges on various properties. What this is that when people go delinquent on their water bill, the water company sends it to the village. The village then collects that money through the property taxes, and it also collects a transfer fee, which accrues to the village's benefit. So obviously, it's important to pay your water bill on time. But if you don't, we're going to get you into taxes. And this year, it's $87,683.99 that we need to be collecting. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second,
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Adoption of tax warrant. You are hereby commanded to receive and collect from such several persons named in the tax roll here too. Annex the several sums in the tax roll for 2021. Hereof opposite their respective names, bringing a total to $30,030,515,170.99. This is just what we're collecting in the current budget from the library district, from unpaid water arrears, from special assessments, and from prior levies unpaid. So this is just the amalgam of everything that we've just talked about. It comes to $30,515,170.99. So may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second,
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Hold on. We're at I, right? Authorization for investments? Is that right, Aug?
You just did tax warrant, we was G, now we're on H.
Oh, H,
Reallocation
okay.
funds.
I'm good, I skipped one. Thanks. I was just testing you, Laura. Yes, very good. You are hereby commanded to receive, no, oh, you know what? My pages are screwed up. Okay, budget resolution H. Reallocating funds within the appropriations to provide for salary increases for non-union employees. And below is the salary schedule. Right there in black and white. Somebody have any questions or concerns? I'll make the motion.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Budget resolution, Village of Mamaroneck budget authorization for investment. Resolved that the Village of Mamaroneck clerk treasurer and deputy treasurer during the fiscal year beginning June 1st, 2022 are authorized to invest monies not needed for immediate expenditure in accordance with the provision of general municipal law, the local finance law, and village investment policy. I'll make that motion.
Second,
Augie.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Budget resolution, Village of Mamaroneck charges on various properties to be included in the tax levy. Okay, this is $250. And what is this for? Just explain it to me a second.
To clean up of the property, we had to hire
Oh,
a
it's, okay,
company to clean up properties that are abandoned or not taken care of.
okay, great. Or abandoned houses and stuff. Okay, good. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Item K. Village of Mamaroneck budget termination of exempt status, 5020S, resolution authorizing the levy and the collection of additional taxes upon termination of exempt status. That are a couple of exempt statuses, a veterans exempt status. Is there a senior citizen exempt status? Yes. So if somebody sells a house to somebody who doesn't fall in that category, we then reassess, put it back to the taxes the way it's supposed to be. And that's what this gives you the authority to do.
That's exactly.
Okay. I will make that motion.
Second,
Call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. And that concludes the passing of the budget. I'd like to thank staff and the Board of Trustees for all their hard work and the Budget Committee for all their input. and the residents who also had input. And I see that my friend Glenn has his hand up. And since he's a stellar member of the Budget Committee. Mr. Tippett, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for their hard work. There were a lot of difficult decisions to make. And I think the board at the end got together with staff and you really did a yeoman's job of putting together this year's budget. You know, nothing is perfect, but it's the best conclusion that you could come to, you know, with the information that you had. I think you did an excellent job. Just have to be a little bit careful with some of the expenses and some of the income. You know, a lot of it is a little bit with speculation at the end of COVID, but overall, I think staff and trustees, everybody had a lot of input, and I think you all did an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn. Great.
Okay.
Close public.
I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second,
Call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. There's a little bit of housekeeping here on the next item. In a motion to open the public hearing to exceed the tax cap, which we did not do.
So moved.
Second,
Call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
This
yes.
is a pitching duel. You realize that, don't you?
DeFour,
What?
I'm going to mute Glenn.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, now we've opened a public hearing. We don't need this law. I propose that we close the public hearing and let it die a natural death.
So moved.
I'll second. Or you call the roll on closing the public hearing.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. As they say, it died on the vine. All right. All right, let me get to my thing here. Give me 1 second, folks. Thank you all for your cooperation in getting that done. I think that was the smoothest I've seen it done.
I'll take credit for that.
Item 2A, resolution authorizing budget amendment for over budget accounts. Okay. It's appropriating fund balance 5,500 to utilities electric, appropriating fund balance 13,000 to utilities electric, appropriating fund balance $20,000 to utilities telephone. Questions or concerns? Make a motion. I'll make the motion.
So moved. Oh, you made the motion?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Will you call a roll, please?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye, thank you. Budget amendment for Parks OT. This is taking $7,731.64 from the field maintenance line and appropriating it to the Parks overtime line. Any questions, concerns?
Can we give it a little explanation on that?
Dan, you're muted, pal. Okay, you're still muted. Your mute is up, but you're not.
Somebody else?
Augie's gonna answer. Augie's gonna handle this one.
Yeah, we get extra fees for the maintenance of fields from the different leagues. Those extra fees that weren't anticipated for, we're appropriating the revenues in accordance with the amounts received and adjusting the expenditures respectively.
That's the question is, what's the overtime for?
Maintenance of the fields.
So
Okay. Is there been a motion in a second?
No.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Full roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Resolution authorization to execute budget transfers to cover overfund accounts. Recreation Department from supply, $408 from supplies to office equipment. Storm Ida recovery, $5,000 for meals to cover overtime. Contingent funding for overtime as a result of St. Patrick's Day Parade, $4,321 going to the celebrations overtime line. Schlanch. Any questions or concerns?
What was that? You gave a number that's different from what I have, 4,000?
$4,231.72.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Full roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye, thank you. The abstract of the audited vouchers is the next item on the agenda, 2D. It is $913,296.58. Questions or concerns?
I have a question on page 3 through 6. There's refunds of open permits. Is that because they've been closed out and this is a refund for what was not expended or something else?
Well, these are the refunds of the deposits that are left for the street opening permits. These are
These are the
deposits.
deposit.
Yeah, they're all, that's the deposit for the street opening permit is $500. So once the work is done, we pay the $500, we return the $500. I'm guessing it's just between everything we've had to account for these last 6 months. This is just a batch process of many, many street opening permits.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Okay, may I have a motion?
So moved,
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
He said yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Halo.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda, there's no old business, new business. 4A, resolution authorizing execution of contract for completion of comprehensive plan. This is
Let me ask a question. Where's the contract? It's not on the agenda. Backup.
It was included,
I see a resolution, but I don't see any contract. So
it was
how
included,
can we,
it was included with the work session from the 11th.
see, we don't approve things on the work session. We move them to regular session.
And this was moved to regular session. This is but the contract was presented to the board at the meeting on the 11th. It was the proposal, so we execute the proposal.
Where is it?
It was on the work session on April 11th when the board reviewed it.
Did we change this? Because I'm working off an agenda that I downloaded over the weekend, and I have the wrong price. Did you change the resolution to be 22,000?
I did not, but we're not asking for the entire amount. There is money left in the Board of Trustees contractual services line. So I believe the 20,000 gets us to the 22,000.
Right, but we didn't approve a $38,000 contract.
That's,
We haven't approved anything yet, but we didn't.
you're right. I believe it's 22,000. So
It's
you
22.5,
wanna- yeah, we can, the board can choose to amend the resolution, that whereas clause, and it'll be properly reflected in the minutes.
What's the total of the contract and where is it exactly? So we know what we're voting on.
Let me look up the April 11th 2022 work session agenda.
The schedule and the price, that's all we need.
Share my screen in just a moment. $22,500. Here's the worksheet, the number of hours to complete each task.
What we don't have is a timeline.
Yeah,
Timelines of 3 to 4 months. That was part of the proposal as well.
Okay,
it's 3 to 4 months and up to 5 months to adoption.
So what number should be in there?
It should, well, the number is correct. It's the number that's in the middle of the resolution. It's 22,500, not 38,700.
23,500.
Yeah, the assistant village manager had a problem when he prepared the resolution last week.
Okay, you get a lot right. You're allowed to up-roll every once in a while.
But the 20,000 is enough to fund this expense, given what already exists in the Board of Trustees line.
Gotcha. Is that okay with everybody?
So here's a question. I mean, so did we need 20, if the project was only 22.5, did we need 20,000, or was it, we did need 20,000?
I believe we did need 20,000. I don't have access to KVS right now, so I don't know what the available balance is.
Let's assume we do, and if we don't, we could always put it back.
Yeah, it'll fall to fund balance.
Yeah.
Unless the board goes crazy with their the dinners we pay for attending board meetings in the next 6 weeks.
I don't think so.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, my comment is it would be up to the 22, the resolution, and
23.5.
and stressing that the timeline is not to exceed. I had suggested 4 months. I remember this was ready to go.
So it says,
Yeah. Because we're not even approving a contract, we're approving a resolution without a contract.
yeah,
So what are we really doing?
But what the resolution does is it allows the village manager to sign a contract. We don't sign contracts.
No, but we do get presented at least for the last many years, we've been presented with a proposal, with an actual letter contract or something of the sort, because.
But Victor, we were on April 11th.
No, this is a proposal. I see it here, and I commented before, then it was brought down a bit, but this is just a draft memorandum. This is not a contract. This is a draft memorandum.
Okay, so how about this? Up to 23,500, a proposed fee of up to, not to exceed 23,500, and delivery of product within 4 months.
Completion of work within 4 months.
Okay.
I actually think the right way to do this is to authorize him to move forward, but to present to bring us back what exactly will be agreed on.
If
So we can
put it in-
approve that with the requirement that he brings this back. So that in, you don't get extend this for another year or so. That's really my concern.
Okay, but
It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't,
I have the same concern, but that is also dependent upon how the Board of Trustees brings things to finality. Sometimes we met the enemy and he is us. So
that's why this should be put in a way that is just having them do the work, bring it to us and finish it off, because it's 6 years on a comprehensive plan update, which is really.
I agree with you,
So,
but it's symptomatic. So let's put it in a resolution, not to exceed 23,500 and work to be completed. We'll put in it 23,500 and work to be completed within 4 months' time of the adoption of the resolution.
22,500?
Isn't it 23,500?
It says 22.
The exhibit says 22,500.
22,500.
Up to 22,500 within 4
And
months.
Sonoff, is that right? 22,500?
Yep, I
Yes.
have it.
22,500.
Up to 22,500, my mistake. And work should be completed within 4 months' time of the adoption of this resolution.
Correct. All right, thank you.
That work for you? Okay. I'll make that motion with the amendments that I just stipulated.
I'm going to stop sharing.
Second.
We have a second. Please call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
Yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Item 4B. Resolution supporting legislation to amend general municipal law, civil service law, retirement, social security law, public health law in relation to emergency service workers. This is something that Shelley Mayer and State Senator Shelley Mayer and Steve Otis are working on to allow EMS workers to be treated more fairly in the pantheon of providers of emergency services. Many of these folks work part-times in many municipalities, and they go from shift to shift to shift. They don't get enough work in one municipality to feed their families, and this would help with that and to put them on a par with their importance. And if you've ever had to call an ambulance, and I hope none of you ever have to, you know how important they are when they arrive on the scene and start saving your life. So I will make a motion to send this resolution supporting our 2 elected officials in their quest to make life more fair for emergency medical service workers.
Second.
Augustino, call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFour,
yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Item 4C, resolution referring wireless edge recertification to special use permit to the planning board. It's just allowing us to go to the planning board for the planning board to do their work. This is at the salt shed in the village of Mamaroneck. Provides cell service to a large area of the village and is in a spot that is less intrusive than some other spots. Salt shed, for those who don't know, is off Fenimore Avenue, Fenimore Road. When you're going toward the 95, it's on the left. Trustee Natchez, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. At the last work session where this was introduced, I asked 2 questions. What was the dollar amount that we get for on an annual basis? And do we have insurance? Are we doing it? Is the village named as an additional name insured? I was told we would have that for this meeting.
We are an additional insured. As far as the revenue, I don't have access to KVS. Can't get the answer right now. But I think between the 2 cell sites, Augie, don't we get about $90,000 a year, give or take?
Offhand, they can't tell you that.
But I think it's somewhere around 40. If we're getting 90,000 from the two sites, I believe
I
that,
think it's 50 down in the harbor, so maybe it's 40 over there.
yeah, so we're getting 40,000 a year for that site, Dan.
I'm pretty sure the harbor's 50.
And, it's also predicated on the revenue they're earning. And they're looking to add an additional carrier, so that would increase our revenue as well.
And this is for the, this is for the one on Fenimore? Or
Correct.
as well? Where's the other one?
This is just for the one on Fenimore.
And the other-
Wireless Edge manages the Fenimore site. A company called American Tower manages the Harbor Island site.
That's a separate company.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. Need a motion.
So move.
So are you saying that we get $40,000 a year for this one on Fenimore?
I believe that's the case. I believe between the two sites, we're getting 90,000. And the mayor's recollection is that we're getting 50 for the harbor site, so that would leave 40,000 from this site. But I will definitely confirm that tomorrow morning.
Please do. Thank you.
Need a second.
Second,
Call the roll, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next up is 4D, resolution authorizing the Fireman's Carnival dates and street closures for a parade. The Fireman's Carnival is going to be from, June 24th to July 5th. The boys are going to town this year. So they're going to need Harbor Island Park from June 17th to July 6th, including lights on lands of field, understanding that the day camp, if held, and it will be held, will be operating in the park in areas that will not conflict with the carnival. When is the parade? Does it say when the parade?
30th, I think, 29th or 30th.
29th.
Is it in the resolution?
Yep, the end.
Okay. Thank you. All right. The Fireman's Carnival is a fundraiser for the fire department that's split between the 5 firehouses that they use for scholarships, for parties, and for various other operations that are not funded by the Village of Mamaroneck. But it's a fun time. I know I've enjoyed it since 1979. My children have enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to bringing my grandchildren. Any questions or concerns? I need a motion.
So move.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing funding request for Fenimore Prospect Avenue intersection improvements. We've talked about this. We've had many residents come to us complaining about how really dangerous it is to cross Prospect and Fenimore. I can attest to it, having lived there for most of my time in the Village of Mamaroneck. It's especially dangerous if you're pushing a stroller or carrying a kid. Mr. Barbario has decided to do most of the work in-house. He's contracted out for some of it. It's a work product of value of under $35,000. We need a source of funding. $62,000 should be sufficient. Resolved, therefore, that the Board of Trustees authorizes the clerk treasurer to create a capital budget account for Fenimore Prospect Avenue Improvement Intersection with a budget of $62,000. Any questions or concerns?
This is really good because he's using those bulb outs,
He's using those bulb outs.
which really slows traffic down. It's a remarkable psychological thing with drivers.
It's a traffic calming measure, and they're going to put plantings in to make it very attractive. This was supposed to be done in the fall, but we had this little thing called Ida, and so that pushed it back. So we're going to get it done now.
They're gonna have pollinators in it too, right?
Yeah. Pollinators. All right, I'll happily make this motion. In full disclosure, I have family members who travel this route constantly. So I'll disclose that that's happening. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Nora, second. Thank you, Nora. Please call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next is a resolution authorizing the serving of alcohol at the Mamaroneck Avenue School PTA Parent Night event. I know what was happening here. The Mamaroneck Avenue School wanted to have a PTA event, and previously they had it at restaurants, and that precluded a lot of their parents from going because they really couldn't afford a night out at a restaurant for mom and dad. That wasn't in their budget. So the Mamaroneck Avenue Parent PTA in a show of good sense decided to keep the price way down, and they're going to do something that everybody can attend down at our harbor. And I think it would behoove us to allow this. They're just going to have a little beer and a little wine. It's just so folks know to consume alcohol in Harbor Island Park. The only way you could do it is if the Board of Trustees votes to allow it. I will happily, although I abstain from alcohol, I will happily make the motion that we allow a little bit of beer and wine for our friends at the Mamaroneck Avenue School PTA.
I do not abstain, and I second.
Full roll?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing purchase of a village street sweeper. And this is $300,000 to replace the current piece of equipment. Street sweeping is $303,140. Street sweeping is very important to our community. If we keep the streets clean, our waterways stay clean, because if you didn't know, how we get rid of our stormwater is we dump it right into our rivers. And that's the way it's been since time immemorial. If we were redesigning this place, we wouldn't do it that way, but that's how it's been done. If you live in like New York City, it's a combined sewer system where the sanitary and the stormwater all gets treated at the same spot. But we don't have that kind of money here. So that being said, I need a motion to authorize the purchase of a new street sweeper.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Lou. Call roll, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. 4H, resolution authorizing purchase of steel and glass door at the police department. Anybody have any questions or concerns about this? This is to, make sure the police department has the maximum safety and security in its facilities. That building needs a lot of work. Oftentimes people come into the police department, they are extremely agitated, and we want to make sure that there's a line of protection between our officers and folks who might be overwrought about something.
I appreciate that they got a nice grant for this.
Yes. They've been actually very good at grants. They got a grant to do the body cameras, which I hope we are up and running with soon. Any motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Resolution adopting of an employee handbook. Anybody have any questions or concerns? I think every employer now has an employee handbook as part of modern employment. Okay, I'll make the motion.
Second,
All roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Resolution authorizing use of American Rescue Plan Act funds. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck is a recipient of $1,962,147.95 in the American Rescue Plan ARPA funds, 50% of which was received in June 2021. And whereas the Board of Trustees has reviewed programmatic guidance and rules based upon the review at several work sessions meeting and at their March 14th, 2022 work sessions meeting, adopted by resolution that the first round of ARPA funds be used as follows. Flood mitigation engineering study of area east of Fenimore Road and west of Mamaroneck Avenue, south of Interstate 95 and north of the MTA rail line in sum and substance, Washingtonville. $150,000. An affordable housing program, $400,000. Sewer rehabilitation, which is ongoing, $350,000. And the river gauges that we spoke of here, for $50,000. Okay, I will make a motion. We adopt that resolution.
Discussion, Mayor, I do have an addition here. I just want to make sure that everything, I think there's mention of following all the regulatory, the requirements from the federal government, but let's also include state and local. Let's make sure that we're not just authorizing that things be done without getting the necessary permits and approval. So I wanted to include a line on that.
Where do you want it? Just tell me where you want it.
I'm trying to open give me 1 second. What item is this? H?
J.
J.
How about this? Now therefore be it resolved that the village manager is requested to undertake the action necessary to effectuate the implementation of these projects, including preparation of RFPs, compliance reporting to the United States Treasury, and you should probably stick it in there after that.
Yeah.
What do you want to say? Just say it to-
And all the required state and local permits.
Receiving all required state and local permits. Okay? As required. Okay. Including trustee Tefor's amendment, I'll make the motion.
One more question.
Can I, wait, I thought we were gonna go on also to the other side of Fenimore,
No,
we're not including the industrial area.
no.
Well, my recollection also was there was some discussion about whether or not this would also be, that would involve any examination of the Florence Park area. That came up at the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee that trustee Natchez will recall. And it was, so I don't know. I don't know if this has changed or not, or if that is still happening somewhere else.
This is my recollection of what we approved that night.
This was, I basically copied this from the minutes from the March 11th work session when these decisions were made.
Okay. Subsequent to that, Dan, do you recall that the FMAC had asked about Florence Park as well? And you said that $150,000 doesn't go very far, but you wanted that you would bring it. I don't know. Did we would think about it?
The FMAC wishes a study to be done on Florence, what I'll call the expanded Florence Park area.
Yeah.
And that needs to be done. That was not included in this 150,000.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And that needs to be done, but we haven't, set a budget for it.
Got it.
Okay.
Just as a reminder, we're getting another payment
Okay, I've made a motion with Victor's amendments. Is there
Second,
a second?
Sorry.
Please call the roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
the four. Mayor
I said yes, I'm sorry, I muted.
Yes, and I'd like to thank President Biden for passing this and over strenuous objection from some folks. And this is money that the village of Mamaroneck would not have been receiving and that we are going to put to good use to make our community a better place. Give credit where it's due. Okay, item 4K, resolution authorizing purchase of bailout system and turnout gear for our friends at the fire department. We are taking $112,600 out of appropriated fund balance, and we are putting it toward fire department equipment. I just want to point out that in the budget, there were, I think, roundabout figure $400,000 that was going to be capitalized. We took that $400,000 and put most of it back in the operating budget because it was viewed that these are things that should be in the operating budget. And this was the only item that we didn't put back in the operating budget because we have an ample surplus, and the surplus, one of the things it can be used for and should be used for is for public safety. And what better way to spend it than on the men and women who keep us safe, so that if they have to bail out, which means they actually have to jump out of a burning building, they can do it and live to see another day. And turnout gear, what turnout gear is, that's the whole garb that the fireman wears when he goes into the building, that big coat and hat, and the gloves and the other equipment, which is very expensive and very fire resistant, and wears out after 20 years. 10 years, there's a 10-year shelf life. Okay, so that's what this is. I will make the motion.
Second,
Augustino?
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four.
Yes,
Mayor Murphy.
Yes, and thank you to men and women in the fire department. May they never have to use it.
So of them were trying out, that we're working out with a new truck.
That's right.
Around today, yeah.
They like that. Resolution scheduling public hearing on PLLC. This is the moratorium on residential development in the C1 and C2 zoning districts. This does not affect anything but residential development in the C1 and C2 zoning districts. And what this would be doing is scheduling a date for considering having a public hearing. So resolution scheduling of a public hearing, 11th. And so we could schedule a date in the future, but I would hope that we would move on this, expeditiously and not just let it languish. Because what I want to do, very narrow study on the C1 and C2 district in the flood zone, because that is where the majority of the new development is going to happen. It's the only place where it can happen. To put a moratorium on the whole flood zone will mean that people in homes could not take out building permits. They could not do extensions to their home. And that is not the problem. The problem is these big apartment houses that can get built, that can still get built in the flood zone. And we'd be putting people in harm's way knowingly. And that to me is a serious situation. So
I do have a question. There's no law as a backup, and the resolution is not, I don't think you have a full backup here. I don't oppose it, everything's in principle, but in order for me to support this, it has to be really narrow, it's really specific, really clear, And that's precisely what I don't see happening precisely. And that a good example is that if you look at the backup here, there's no law.
It
There's
was,
no,
there is a law. It
resolution.
was in the backup, it was in the backup of the work session.
Well, there
No,
was,
no,
there,
it
no,
wasn't.
there was no law in the work session. And this says we're holding the public hearing tonight. In the work session, wait, the work session, we had a proposal from the consultant, but we didn't get to that.
Right, but that's different than, we can set a moratorium without a proposal from the consultant.
Yeah, but I had said I wouldn't, I mean, I'm not,
Let me
we did
finish.
that once and it took 2 years. I'm not gonna do that again. I said that.
No, Nora, this is a very narrow proposal. That took 2 years because people kept expanding the scope. This is very narrow. So
In any
let me
case, there's no
hold on,
law.
hold
How
on, let
can
me
you?
finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let's get the law as the backup. We'll come back to this in 2 weeks. We'll put a proper date on it and we'll get everything in order.
Well, you would have to go to work session,
And the
to work
scope,
session.
and the scope of the proposal. When we had that, we didn't
No,
get
wait,
to
wait,
that.
wait, excuse me. The scope of the proposal is different than scheduling a public hearing.
Oh,
But you need to know what you're going to do before, and
No, well,
with that, you can write a law. This-
Okay, I understand. that.
Put things in order and see if this
Okay,
gets
so
in the
let's
right
put
track.
this out. We'll hold this over for 2 weeks. Thank you. We'll come back to this in 2 weeks. But this is where things are. Resolution supplementing appropriation to fund emergency capital repair of sidewalk in front of Florence Park. Okay, this is 12,600 from the appropriated fund balance to the transfer capital fund to the capital funds. Do you want to talk about this a little, Dan?
Sure. There's a failure in the sidewalk in front of Florence Avenue Park. We want to take care of it quickly. There's no funding for this item. We solicited 3 quotes. We only received one response from Joe Chalelli. It's under $35,000, so it'll be awarded by the manager, but we need a source of funding so we can actually pay the contractor to do the work.
When you say sidewalk in front of Florence Park, where in front of Florence Park?
On the Florence side of Florence.
But yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry. So it's near part of by the fence in front of the chain link fence in front of Florence Park.
it's near, it's
It
right
looks
near
like
the entrance.
on 4 sides. So,
No, but it's on the chain link fence on the Florence Avenue side of the park.
okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the right sidewalk.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? I see somebody has a hand up. Ms. Roney has a hand up. You got that on? Yep. Ms. Roney?
Yes, I actually wanted to speak on the resolution that you had forward on the C1 and C2 district moratorium.
Okay, go ahead. You do it.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but I think since you're rescheduling this and moving it forward, I think you need to look at the transit-oriented development overlay zone, which is within the C1 or C2 district. Because if you aim to deal with residential, there's a provision in there that allows for residential in the transit-oriented development zone.
Yes, that's exactly what we're looking at.
Yeah, I know, but you're only limiting it to the C1 and C2 district, not also the transit-oriented development overlay zone.
But we'll handle it in the course of it.
All right, that's what I wanted to tell you before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Have a good evening. Okey dokey. Where the heck were we? Sidewalk replacement. Questions or concerns? All taken care of? All right, motion?
Move approval.
Second,
Call the roll, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
Moore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing waivers of fees for property maintenance cleanup. Yes. Dan, you want to speak about this quickly?
Sure, we have a couple of properties that several years ago, under prior owners, fell into a state of, they were unkempt, so we had to do what we need to do to go onto the properties and maintain them. In the time frame between when when the charges accrued and when we can put them as a lien on the tax bill, the property ownership changed. And, you know, we can't, once the charges are liened, you cannot waive them. So if there's a desire to waive the fee as a matter of fairness for the new owners, this is the opportunity before, so we don't have to put out the lien.
So basically, it's new owners. These are not the people who got the violations or who didn't take care of the property.
Yeah, and, you know, had this been done prior to the,
Right.
had this been lien prior to the sale, it would have been taken care of during the,
Right.
you know, the escrow process, but
And the work was done way prior to the sale, correct?
correct.
So why was that not immediately liened?
Because you have to wait a statutory amount of time before you can lien it. I think it's what, you have to give it to the end, 1 year. So in that 1 year time frame from when the charges accrued to when we have the opportunity to lien it, the ownership changed.
Thank you, Dan.
So just as a matter of curiosity, what could be done in the future to prevent that from something like this happening again?
I mean, there's not much. I mean, it's, you know, the legal mechanism to get the money is to lien the property, but we can't lien it until that year has passed. So I don't know how we could enforce that. I can certainly talk to the attorney to see if there's anything creative we could do. But, you know, it's a statutory thing for when unpaid fees get liened. I just seen the same thing with the water arrears. You have to wait a long time for that to happen.
Okay.
I understand. What I was thinking of, is there a way of getting a notice and having it filed somewhere so that when a property search is done, that they will find out that there's an outstanding obligation?
I can talk to the attorney. I'm not familiar with that, you know, the law in that area.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we should look into that for the future. Thank you.
Okay, I need a motion to add an item to the agenda. This is the item that Mr. Sonoff brought to our attention today.
No, do we have to vote on this?
Waivers.
The waivers, we have to vote on it.
Yeah, we have to vote on this. Well, I'm adding a motion, an item to the agenda.
We still have to vote on that.
Oh, sorry, the waivers. My apologies.
Yeah.
My apologies. In case of remembering this, I forgot to vote. Call the roll, please. Is there an item?
First.
So
First, moved.
Second.
Nora Lucas.
Call the roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Before,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye, thank you. I jumped the gun a little bit because I didn't want to forget this, and I knew I wrote something, add item on the thing there. So this is what Mr. Sonoff sent to us this afternoon about the community choice aggregation that had to be decided right away because they have a very short window. Any questions or concerns?
Well, we should just explain it. Can you just explain it?
Dan, can you give us a quick explanation?
Yep, the village is part of the community choice aggregation program. They're looking to extend the current agreement for 6 months to the end of this year. They were looking to negotiate a new price for the energy. Originally, the original agreement capped it at 12.6 cents per kilowatt hour. Their due diligence is finding that that's not going to be a reasonable price. So they're asking to have it increased to 13.9 cents per kilowatt hour for the, will be considered a good response to their RFP. That's kind of the quick version.
So it's the price of electricity is going up, and people can opt out if they want.
Yeah.
That's correct.
You might pay a little more to save the environment. So, yeah, come on. Think of your grandchildren before you make a rash decision. I need a motion to add this to the agenda. Have we done that?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of adding it to the agenda?
Aye.
Aye,
Okay.
Aye.
Now I need a motion to adopt this.
so moved.
Second.
Doreen's hand is up. Let me just see what she wants here. Ms. Roney, unmute yourself. Doreen, you wanted to say something?
Can you hear me?
Yes?
I unmuted myself because I'm waiting for communications to the board too. So I'll wait until then.
All right, thanks. Just sit tight. You're almost there. Call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Ms. Roney, it's communication to the board, round 2. You're up.
Um,
You just muted yourself.
muted.
Now you're unmuted. Okay, stay like that.
Well, my dashboard is telling me differently. I can appreciate all the hard work everybody's doing. And I applaud you on trying to figure out what's going on with the dam. Hopefully you'll figure out who owns it, so on and so forth. But the state of our rivers have been in bad shape for a very, very long time. And I'm pretty sure when you did the budget tonight, you weren't concerned about the language in there, but you were concerned about numbers. I know monies are going towards a fund to clean the rivers and all that kind of thing. But what I find very interesting in is there is one village department that is charged with cleanup of the dam and our rivers. And that's the highway department. So I'd like to know what the schedule is, what the regular basis is within their work duties so that we can move forward and have, clean outflows to the dam and clean rivers on a regular basis. And that all comes to another portion in littering, because there's a whole bunch of litter all over the village. And I don't know how you want to enforce that one, but that's been a problem for a long, long time. So I really would like to find out if there could be regularly scheduled maintenance by the highway department, which is in our budget, as they are tasked to clean the dam and the river, and hope to hear back on that.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? All right. Report from the village manager. Dan, you got anything?
Yeah, Jerry asked me to report on several items. I'm going to take one item out of order because Doreen just brought it up. Forced labor river cleaning. Ahead of the dredging project, we have completed our first week of using village forces to clean in the river. We started on Rockland and Fayette in the Sheldrake and working backwards down the river. We will continue to clean sections as the weather permits and throughout the summer. On the dam, we met with GHD engineers and have scheduled a meeting this week to discuss the violations with the DEC. We have an inspection and maintenance plan. We'll be submitting an EAP plan and providing annual certification within the next few months. The order on consent, the $5.5 million village sewer remediation project, phase 1 is 75% complete. Phase 2 will begin after the final review is complete by the county, DOH, and the village. The cost is approximately $3 million. Roadway and parking lot paving will restart again this week in the village. Palmer Avenue, Library Lane, Harbor Island Park are next. Mamaroneck Avenue will be paid by the county midsummer, we believe, beginning August 1. Additional paving will be scheduled for the fall. We just spoke about Prospect and Fenimore, and we're looking to begin that soon. The contractor for that is the same contractor who's doing the sidewalk work on Waverly and East Prospect Avenue. During the work session, I reported about the May 18th Army Corps meeting. We have several staff members who are working on arranging that. We're also working with LMC and hopefully being able to simulcast the meeting in Spanish. 169 Mount Pleasant Avenue, the exterior work is proceeding. And as scheduled, we have engaged an architect to redesign the interior and help us deal with the moisture control issues. Last, Jerry wanted to report that we have assembled an internal neighborhood task force led by the manager to go out to the various community sections and use the word interfere with some of the misuse of properties. For example, commercial use of property in a residential section or overcrowding or excessive trash in side and rear yards will be addressed. Additionally, we'll be looking at industrial and commercial properties along the rivers that have stockpiled debris. And that concludes the report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk Treasurer?
Yes, Mayor. Wanted to notify everybody that the dog license renewals have been sent to the license holders. They're due by May 1st, 2022. Also, the village has received a written notice of defect in Harbor Island Park.
Thank you. And just on the dog license renewal, folks, dogs are not allowed in any park except Harbor Island Park, and they have to be on a leash. I don't know how much more clear we can be. We're endeavoring to put in a dog park in Harbor Island Park, but that, it's going to be a bit of a while, but that doesn't mean you get to run your dog off leash, okay? So please keep your dog on a leash. Report from the village attorney.
Nothing on my end, Your Honor.
Dan, you have your hand up?
Yeah, back to the village manager's report. Dan, we asked a couple of weeks ago and a couple of weeks before that for the paving schedule and the roads that will be done. So we still are looking for that.
Okay.
Okay. Minutes, commission, boards, committees, minutes of the Board of Trustees budget meeting of April 6th, the work session and regular meeting of April 11th, 2022, minutes of the Art Council of March 7th, 2022, minutes of the Board of Architecture review of March 17th, 2022, minutes of the Planning Board meeting of March 23rd, 2022, minutes of the Recreation and Parks Committee meeting of March 2nd, 2022. Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night.
Good night.
Night.